This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Sunday, August the 6th, I believe. Yes, August the 6th. Welcome to my chat. Welcome to my desk. Oh, welcome to my desk. I hope that you have had a great weekend. We're winding down here. We're ready to start a brand new week. I have still been cleaning and organizing. We'll get back to this basket, but I want to, Penelope says hello. Welcome to you if you're up in the balcony. Welcome to you if you're watching the replay. Welcome to you if you're coming in here. Let me get to my video over here. My stream, my channel, so that I can see who comes in and welcome them in. I have a tablet over here. It says I have 3 people in here. Let me set the quality. Let me get all this. I can't set it up until I go online. So bear with me. It amazes me that my tablet lets me set my quality to 180. But my phone doesn't. Hi, Joyce Boring. Welcome, welcome. It is good to see you. There we go. Well, as I said, I've been doing some cleaning. And I had purchased this little jeans purse. This is a purse at the thrift store for a couple bucks. Look, it even has a place where you can hang I suppose you would hang your keys off of that, but it doesn't close too well, so I don't use it as a purse. I decided, oh, look what else I found, you guys. Look what I found. Hi, Gail. It's good to see you. I found the pocket, the prayer pocket that I made for Arlene, and I want to get this sent off to her, but I can't find the, wait a minute, it's hooked onto itself here. Let me shake this loose. Wait, hold on. Well, it would do this while I wanted to show it all to you. Here it comes. There we go. Well, almost. It's hooked down here. There we go. I made this several months ago when, do you remember when Arlene took a fall in her wheelchair? Well, I made this for her, and I thought I knew where it was, but it wasn't there. But as I was cleaning out by my sewing machine today, and there it was. I was probably saying, I need to get this ready to send to her. See if I can adjust my camera just a little there. So I have a Rolodex card that I wanted to put in here. It's got a pocket in here, right here. So I'm going to have to see, maybe I'll do some tatting and put on there. Send it to her separately, maybe an ATC card. We found the prayer pocket, and look at this. Isn't this? Let me stand up so I can see what I'm showing you. Isn't this cool? One of my butterflies, actually, the butterfly over here would be fun, wouldn't it? One of those green ones. And this is just part of the applique here, and then I put a stick pin in there, and there's lace. And this is silk ribbon from my stitchery. This necklace doesn't want to be good tonight. It wants to catch on there. And I like the necklace in here as part of the handle because it has crosses all the way down. It has little crosses. So we're going to get this off to Arlene sometime. So let me set that over here. And let me welcome folks in. Let me welcome you in. I hope that you're having a good weekend. Joyce is here. Gail is here. Mina's here. Hi, Mina. Hello, hello. And Shannon, Art Chunky, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, what I decided to put in here was some of my slow stitching, because I was slow stitching this afternoon, doing some slow stitching. And that's all that's in the little purse. This I worked on Friday night. We're going to take this and put it over on my desk. So I'll show you what I'm making, but let me grab that basket again, because just as I came in here, I found some pieces that I want to put in with this. Now that's paper. There we go. All right, I'll come back to the basket in a little bit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. So I was working in my lap. So I had these two boxes in my lap. But I found this tape measure fabric, and I think I'm going to order some more. I think I can get this off the internet. But look, I started stitching scraps on here. And let me just hold it up so you guys can see it better. I started off with this green piece up at the top, and now that needs to be stitched down a little bit more, so ignore that. Here's a piece I'm going to put on here. It was just holding on to it. So I'm doing Janet Nash's, inspired by Janet Nash. Here's like a white rose, a little bit of red. Here's some tatting that I did out of that green thread that I did those butterflies off of. And I forgot to put a extra chain. Each one of these rings is connected by a chain. Well, I did my chain here, but I needed another chain there, but I accidentally did a ring instead, so that's not right. So I thought, well, I'll just put it on my little snippet roll there. And then there's a red button here, a red button there, and kind of a red trim thing here, and a piece of fabric there, and then underneath of it is another piece of fabric. On the back you can see my stitch marks, but I have some more tape measure fabric that I might just run down the back. We'll see. So that's what I've been working on this afternoon. You guys, I can't just finish what I start. I have to move on. So look, I found these pieces just as I was coming in. Now I had tatted this. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see a little better. There. I had tatted this, and I did the same thing again. I lose my concentration. Here, these are called chains that are connecting the two rings. And so you do a ring, a chain, and a ring. See, ring, chain, ring. This one's gotten kind of twisted there. Ring, chain, ring, and I got ring, ring. So I just snipped it off, and I said, well, I'll put it on my snippet row. I'm not going to slow stitch right now. If I do any, I might come back to it. I don't know how late I'm going to be on tonight. I may quit a little early. I'm kind of tired, kind of just droopy tired. We'll see. But I've got some tatting there. I've got a butterfly. I've got another tat here. I've got some scrap threads that I found just as I was coming in. Now I'll probably have to cut this one down a little more, because that's really bigger than what I want. I could cut it into triangles and diamonds. I kind of like that idea. Or I could just put it behind the butterfly. I don't want it too big because I want part of the tape measure to show. And here's a little bit of green. And then I have all of this. Now this was out by my sewing machine. And if you look at this right here, no, right here, I'm kind of a inexperienced sewer. Still learning the machine, kind of. Well, I sewed when I was in high school, so I know the basics. But Becky, and I think even Janet Baum, when I started sewing, was teaching how to, you know, when you stitch down a piece to start another piece, if you have, you know, pieces that you're stitching separately, and they'll save their thread in there so that, and then after they're done, they'll just leave a few stitches there. They'll just run it through like that through the machine. And then when they want these two separated, they'll just snip it there, and that saves thread. Well, not Meri. When she stitches on the machine, she ends her thread, and then she clips it off, and she's got waste thread. So, but I haven't thrown it away. You can see in here, see, look, there's, well, this is the ribbon right here. There's a whole bunch of waste thread, but I can twist that all up and make a bird's nest, or even like twist it, twist, and make kind of a rope thing, and couch around it. So I didn't throw away all my waste threads. Although I do think it's a good thing to do like Becky does, and maybe I will. I'm trying to clear off all this stuff around my machine like this, and I put all my threads. I don't have a lot of threads, but I put what was out on by my machine in that box that I showed on Friday night. It's a silverware box. It's a wooden box, and it filled the upper tray and part of the lower tray. So, and then I'll probably put something like this, or have another little packet where I put my bobbins and feet and stuff like that in there. But this is kind of what I was working on today. So that was fun. And then I have more. I'm just going to I have more in here. I have some charms that were out there by the machine. I don't know what I was doing with them, but beads and charms and things. So that fits right in there. And then I have some music charms that I got off of Amazon not too long ago. And I think I got them, I think Johnny did a studio box that was music theme, and I got them for that studio box. But I won't use all of these on here. I'll just grab a couple and put on there. But there they are. And then these charms. And then I'll just keep this in that little purse out there by my recliner. And like I do with my tatting, if the TV's blaring or something, or if I have a free moment, I will work on my slow stitching. Kind of picking that up from Janet Nash. She does a lot of this type of work. And then when I dump those beads out, I have this little acetate product casing here. I can dump my beads out in that. That's why that's in there, so they don't spill all over my lap. So that is that. And I'm going to put all this back in my little purse. Whoops, what's this? Oh, this is, well, this can go in here. Let me just slip this in here. So let me put this in that little purse. And I want to kind of catch up on things tonight as much as I can. I want to paint on those envelopes. I don't know if I'll get them done, but I'm sure going to give it the old college try. I want to get those things sent out this week, the birdies. And Chaz, poor Chaz's patient. Chaz is patiently waiting for her birdie, but I keep altering it. I keep altering her birdie. I haven't worked on it since the other night, but I think the crown is too heavy for the head. so I put a wire, I just tucked it under a thread here, that I want to stitch that on, or I was thinking I could make a slit and tuck that wire on the inside and maybe one on the other side so that the head is stiffer so that crown won't pull the head over. That was my issue with that. The crown is too heavy. It pulls the head down. And I don't like that. But Lala's is done and Janet Nash's is finished. And I'm still working on the one for Karen. I haven't made much progress. Now, Janet Nash, this is all ideas from Janet Nash. And she says, I can't quit making these. And I understand. I understand. But I kind of like, I can't quit making my butterflies. Now let's look at the little basket of things that I have out over here. This basket was sitting out by my sewing machine too. I had to clean off the table by my sewing machine. Now I should come back to that. This is my phone in case I need it. Put that in a safe place. And in this basket is some Tim Holtz junk drawer. These are chipboard. And a little tea mini journal. And I'll come back to that mini journal because I have a thought. And I got some ribbon wrapped around a card that I either bought or got in Happy Mail. I'm not sure which. I've got erasers. I've got tape. I'm going to keep this one out. And this is the score tape that I brought home from Wisconsin with me. I just can't bear to use it. So it just sits around a little. And this is some tissue paper. Here, these are tissue paper and a little card. A little back of a photograph, I think, there. Little Happy Mail. These little diamond dots I should really put with my wax things because Dee Dee sent these little diamond dots for me to embed in wax, and I tried some. And look, I got a sack of buttons here that need to go in my button box, which is buried over here. A zipper. I was thinking this zipper might be fun to attach fabrics and things to. Also, another little snippet roll type thing. And maybe even leave that label on there. Maybe even leave the label on there. And a headband. And this came in a needle case. Some spritzers, some beads, and some more bling, or not bling, charms and stuff. I need to put those with my other. These are, I think these are nautical. Seashells, and I thought I saw a seahorse. Well, maybe a mixture of things. I see a tree of life in there. I see a ship's wheel. I think a lot of these are nautical, ocean related. And I got a Jenny Lynn. I'm going to hold that out. And then I got these March gold coins. And I need to put those in my March junk journal. And these little slide things I did when I was doing Johnny's nature book. I think this is I'm not sure what it is, what flower it is, but it's a tiny flower. And I thought I had another one. I guess I don't. A little watercolor swatch off the side of the box. Some little Christmas. I think I got these in Happy Mail. Bulbs with the little dangles. And these are cameos that I got from Keisha was selling these one night. And then she found out they may have some value to them, so she quit selling them, but she for those of us that bid when she started, she honored the bid. And I haven't checked to see. The only thing I did, I pulled one out. The only one I used was on Penelope, and she's wearing it. She's got it covered up. She's wearing it right here, right in there. She says, but I'm safing it. I'm keeping it safe. So those are in there. And you know, some of these things like these, I need to figure out what to do with these. Here's a fine liner cap. And that's just a barcode thing. I could probably toss that. I don't really, well, I might put something in there though. And here's, I was thinking I could put this on a journal because it's, I got this at Keisha's too, but it has, I could thread a wire through there and just make a journal, a plate on a journal, a, you know, embellishment. So some of these things need to be put away, but I'm not, I have to dig out my jewelry and my buttons. I'm just going through and showing you things I keep around in here. This needs to go with the wax. These are some extra erasers. Here's the tape I can't use. So it just sits around here getting twisted up. Shame on me. So that's what all this is. And who knows, this might wind up, I did keep out two things though. And I might keep that tissue paper out. I might find a use for that. And then the Tim Holtz. I got a Tim Holtz bag that I'll put those in. So I'm going to set this aside, just showing you. These are things I... what do I do with all of this? You use it, Meri. You don't de-stash it. You use it. Now, remember this? Remember this? I didn't know what I was going to do with this. I thought I have a tray over there that I keep stuff in off the edge of my desk, and I was going to take that tray off and put this on there. But this is really too big. It's a lot bigger than the tray. I snuck in while my brother was not looking, and hold on a minute. And I put all my mid-sized journal in a bookcase that's out by my recliner. It had books in it that belonged to his significant other who passed away in 2013, and nobody's reading those books. So, and they're right behind my chair, and he never looks at them. So I took them out, and I put my mid-sized journal in the bookshelf, but these smaller ones are too small for that bookshelf. However, I might be able, well, I don't know if I'll be able to or not. Some of these might fit in here, and I might make me a little mini library. Now, this is one that was given to me by Becky. If I kind of fold this, can I fold that, kind of fold it like this? It might be a good stopper. And some of these are going to be too big for the shelf. I'm not going to get them all in here. But I need something similar to this. You guys can't see it all. I need something similar to this to put all my little mini journals in. They hold about zine size is what the shelves hold. So I could really make this a zine holder because, you know, these shelves are, or I could maybe try to, or just stack them up this way, which would probably be better, just to stack them sideways, the ones that don't fit. And let the ribbons hang out maybe, like so. And then I've got the the mini ones. Yeah, hold on. I'll probably have to take them all out, and because I want to wallpaper this box. This one doesn't have it. I didn't fix that. We'll just let it sit this way. And then I'll have to find a place. I'll have to find a place to put it after I get it loaded up with all sorts of little mini journals here. There's another zine. I could just make this entirely, find something similar for a shelf and just make this a little, or maybe what I could do is, instead of stacking it this way, have it go this way. And that would work if I push these down here and put this box in there. That works. I got some more little zines and scenes and zines here. This came out of the... Put that one there. Maybe that one. Well, I got this bigger one here too. I don't know if they're both gonna fit in there. They might. Yeah. Just shove them down there. And this one. Yeah. Just gonna have to find another place. I just about have them all in there. This is my junk journal. They fit better. And I need to switch this around. Hold on. And instead of standing it up vertically, I'll stand it up horizontally. And you guys can't see it all. I just about have it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. Put it out with the larger ones. And then I've got some loose things that have fallen out. Hold the phone. Let's see, where did I put the little ones? Put them in here, I think. No, I put them over. Put them in here. And this can go in. I've got some loose sheets that I need to put in. I'm just about done here. I got some loose papers that have obviously fallen out of the journals. I'll have to figure out which ones they went in. Some little papers. Maybe this one will fit. No, it's going to have to go over here. There we go. No, papers in there. And then I just have an ink pen. And now I have my empty basket again. I don't know, I'm going to have to find a place for this long one. He doesn't fit in there. So, what I intend to do, and let me zoom out so you guys, now that you've seen it up close, let me zoom out. And if I wallpaper or paint this and then set it up like that, it can be like a little mini journal holder. What's going on here? My little tag is sticking out. Got tags on this one. I think this was the crunchy one. I think this was the first one that I made with Tanya and Lisa. And they called it the crunchy one. And because Tanya loved the crunchies. And it just fits in there. And then these are a little bit taller ones, and these are zines. This is an ATC holder that I made with Becky. And I know what all these are. These may look junky to everybody else, but I think I'll use this as kind of like a mini journal shelf. But it has to be altered. Oh, there you guys go. You fell. I knocked you off on the floor. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't break my tablet. Are you okay? This is too long for my... Yeah. No matter how hard I try to straighten up behind me. Okay, let's pick you guys up off the floor. I don't know where you fell off to. Here you are. Where's the stand? Here's the cord. Where'd that stand go to? Here's the stand. I just knocked you guys right off on your tush. Sorry about that. I'll come out and chat here in a minute. I tried to straighten up behind me, and I'll tell you, it's a fighting battle. It is a battle. Now I got into another, boy, I think I bent the connection. I hope it still works. It says it's charging. Okay. Okay. Let me refresh my chat here and welcome you in. Those of you who have come in. Whoops. Come on. We don't want to put anybody in timeout. Hi, Kathy. Calico Kate. Hi, Stacy. Catitudes. I see you on in the morning, but I'm so tired after I stream. And then Sunday mornings, I really don't do much on Sunday mornings as far as online stuff. But welcome. Thanks for popping in, Catitude. Stacy, Calico Kate is here. Johnny! There's Johnny! Oh, you guys, let me tell you. Drool. Johnny, are you still out there? Johnny had a sale, a book sale. Oh, she had these fabulous... I forgot about the 2 o'clock one, and I was so thankful that they took a break because I remembered it too late. And I went in there and I just kind of browsed through the first one, and then I went to the end to see if they had anything left. And they said, we'll be back in at, what, 3:30 or so? I can't remember what time they said they'd be back. So I go, yay! So I got in on the second one, but boy, I'll tell you, you have to be fast on the poke to get anything in that because she sells such wonderful things. All of those books were, most of them, I would say 95% of her books were pre-1923. And usually if you get printed material that's before 1923, it's out of copyright. Most of it. I'm not a copyright attorney, so don't take that as fact, and the things she was selling, she sold this deed, you guys. Oh, it was beautiful. But I'm saving my money. I'm saving my pennies for her journal collections. Is she still here? She might have just peeked in. Linda Renz is here. But Ruth. There's Ruth Lamb. It's good to see you, Ruth. How are you doing, lady? And Linda and Susan Gerald. Hello, everybody. I'll bet you Johnny said, hey, she's not going to talk to me. I'm going to leave. Oh, I can't scroll up any further than Susan Gerald. One of, I think, Stephen King's short stories in describing a man's office. He had a jar labeled pieces of string too small to keep, yet they were kept. And then right after that, Johnny says hi, and then I can't go up any further. So Johnny, if you're out there listening, I sure did enjoy your sale. I got a few things. She was very patient with me. I wanted to see what some of the things she got was selling from the first hour that she did this afternoon. And she sold some William Holmes, Oliver Wendell Holmes books for like $5. And I'm going, I want one of those. And then I said, both. Do you want A and B? No, I just want 2 A's. Oh, and of course, you know, when I type it, my fat fingers on my little keyboard. You're doing good, Ruth? Well, that's good. Hi, Wondrous Natures. Hi, Chris. Welcome in, you guys. So, I don't know when Johnny's next sale is, but I think she and Brooke are getting together Friday at, is it 6 or 5 Eastern? I can't say, watch Brooke or if you're watch their, if you're in their Facebook groups, watch that. Susan says, hi, Chris and Wondrous Natures. I had her in Wales. I don't think she's in Wales. I forgot where you are, but I don't think you're in Wales. Well, I'm going to put this on here. I was going to put this behind it. This is just a Celestial Seasonings peppermint tea box, and I just made a little mini journal. Dawn, which Dawn came in? She's saying, hi, Dawn. See, I miss you guys. Where's Dawn? Ruth, I see Susan. Oh, there's Dawn. Dawn Tangles with, draw tangles with Dawn. Hi, Dawn. Welcome, welcome. Dawn does beautiful work. Would somebody, one of the mods, type in or share the Draw Tangles with Dawn's channel link, and I'll pin it. And we'll go talk up Dawn tonight. I want my tape. Chris is here. Chris streams on Sunday mornings, and I usually don't make that one. Susan says, I have a good friend from Wales. Well, Wondrous Natures is not from Wales, but I had her in Wales. I forget where she's from, but you have a good friend in Wales? I think that time I went on a needlework tour, and I believe it was 1998, to London. And I think they took us up to Wales, or up that way. We went up there pretty far north. Okay, thank you, Kathy. Let me pin this, if I can. Pin message. There you go. Now, if I were where I wanted to be, I would be doing a pin-up doll and I would Zentangle her for Dawn. But right now, I start so many things, and you guys, I want to start another Afghan, and you know, yarn is so expensive. If you even go out, like I was on Amazon, and I was looking for yarn. This is old tape. You can tell it's sticky here, but it's also sticky there. It's been sitting in that basket. I don't know if this is going to work. But yarn, if you just buy 2 7-ounce skeins, you're paying all the way from $12 to $17 for it, depending on what you buy, where you buy it. And I'm sitting there going, well, they wanted, the pattern itself called for, I think about 8 different colors, and you needed 2 skeins each. And if you average 18 times 8, that's getting up into the $90, $100. And I can't pay that much for yarn. So I went through my stash, and I have enough white to do the edging, but I don't really have the colors to do This is, the one I wanted to do was the ornament, Christmas ornament by Crochet Crowd. But all my colors now, I used a lot of my Christmas colors last year. And then I even had to buy some yarn to finish that off. But, yeah, see, this isn't sticking. I'm going to have to, I guess this tape is done for. Let's try it again. I think this tape is no good. This isn't what, this is some I had sitting in that. This isn't what, that isn't what Laura sent me. I don't know what I did with my other tape. Did I put it in that cigar box? Well, I guess I'll just set it here for now. That tape is no longer good. We'll just set it in here. It got too hot or something. It is really hot in here. I'm sweating. Let me turn this fan toward me. Hold it. I gotta turn around. I like this little table fan. It just cools off the back of my neck while I'm sitting here. I feel like I've been out in the garden. Let me look at chat. Today I stream with Miriam in Israel, Chris says. Art Curious by MNW. Let's see, what else? Hey, Dawn. Dawn says, hello all, I'm still over 100 here at our house. Wow. I'm hunkered down inside with the air conditioning. Ruth said she's doing good. Wondrous Natures. Linda Renz. Stacy, I could hear the chirping like a cartoon, Susan says. Ruth popped in and said hello to everybody. Linda says hi to everybody. Stacy said, I got birds flying around my head, but I'll be fine. My cousin on my mother's side, my mother's sister daughter, I didn't know her very well. I think she's passed away now. But she had those big old cockatoo, or the cockatoos that sit in the corner, and she didn't, I was visiting her and going, that bird's gonna fly down and peck at me. I just know it. They know, they can sense when you're afraid. I don't really care for birds unless they're in a cage. I think that comes when I was a child. A chicken jumped on my back, a big old rooster. You know, I never liked chicken scents. All right, I've been tatting this afternoon, and this is what I'm doing. This is yarn that I got off of Amazon because I wanted a thicker yarn, and this is so soft and pretty. Let me take it off of the ball here. And I thought I'd just make a big old chain, not all tonight, but I thought I would show you where I'm at on it. So you do a ring, a chain, a ring, a chain, a ring, a chain, a ring, and a chain, and you just keep going that way, and that makes your trim. And yeah, I can use a finer thread, and I do have a finer thread that I was using, but not here tonight. Let me zoom in a little. More again here. I'm zoomed in, and I thought I'd show you guys, and it's real easy for me to unthread my needle. I don't know why, but this is not a tatting needle. This is a drapery needle, not even a doll needle. Doll needles are shorter too. This is a big old long drapery needle, and there's even a longer one. But I like them because they've got big eyes, and they can take the yarn, the bigger yarns, and I can thread these with ease. So I thought I'd just sit here and show you how I tat. Just start out, and I sit here and repeat it to myself. I'm going to put this yarn in my lap because it's going to bounce around. Now, if I stay right down here by the intersection here, and I like to use this right now, I'm not really making anything specific. I'm just practicing. Susan says, I like to give a big shout out, Meri, if that's okay. Of course it's okay, Susan. You give a shout out to, we all know her, and she's a bit despairing about her channel. Kathy Arbor? She's a great artist, and I hope more people will come to her lives. Kathy is a wonderful artist. Yes. Would you put her channel in? I'm surprised she's really grown. She's got like over 10,000 people, but they're not coming to her live streams. When does she stream? Would you put in the time? I think she streams on Tuesdays. After, tell me the hours that she streams. I'll write that down. I need her hours. Kathy Arbor. I try to remember to announce people, but I get so mixed up. So I'm trying to make a note. You have to go check on her hours. Okay. Well, I'm going to tat here. So the main stitch is only one stitch that you need when you tat, and that's the double stitch. And they call it a double stitch because it has two legs, and it's so easy. You thread your needle, and I like to leave a long length of thread with a short tail. I don't like a big long tail coming off of my needle because I have to pull that big long tail through the chamber of the double stitches. And it's easier to pull a shorter tail through those double stitches. All right. So, and then this other thread is called the ball thread, and it goes off to your yarn ball or your thread ball. So to do a double stitch, all you have to do is wrap it around your index finger and come under it and just load it up on the needle like that. And that's one leg of the double stitch. And then instead of going over your index finger, you go under and over. And then come under your thread and hook it on your needle. And it forms a double stitch. And I've got 2 double stitches on my needle here. So, and I want 3, so I'm going to put the 3rd one on there. And then, after your 3rd one, you do what they call a picot. This is just basic tatting. And picots can come in different sizes. And when they chart it, they have 1 little dash for a small picot, 2 dashes for a medium-sized picot, and 3 dashes for a large picot. Well, we're going to do like a medium, and it's probably maybe about 3/8 of an inch, not quite a 1/2 inch. And by the time you close it up, it'll fold in half, so, you know, it folds in half that way. And then you do 3 more double stitches. 1, I go 1, and my and is my 2nd leg. 2, and see, I'm going over my index finger, over the index finger, and under the thread, and I load it on the needle. And then I come under my index finger and come through and on the back and do the 2nd leg. Now, on this ring, I have 3 stitches, a picot, and 3 stitches. And I'm going to make another one of these chains just by pushing my needle through this chamber of double stitches. The needle goes right through that, and I'm going to pull those stitches off of my needle. And you kind of get your threads so that they don't tangle on each other or tangle on the tatting. And you just pull your needle through. And in this case, you don't hook it through the loop. You let the loop go right through the chamber of stitches there. Let's get that ball thread out of the way. And you just pull it through. If you were making a ring, you would hook your thread onto. Now, I want to, I always tie what I call a secure knot. And I don't think all the tatters do that, but I like to make a little shoelace knot in here just to, and if I have to take it out, it comes out pretty easy, just to hold things. And then I kind of straighten up my ring here. Kind of keep your rings all going, not your rings, your chains all going the same way. I'm not sure I did that right. Put it this way if I can. So it's harder to do this stuff online. And then when you get ready to do the next ring, you start it here. What size needle should we use, Meri? Well, Teresa, you can get tatting needles, and I would recommend if you're starting out, not, this is a drapery needle, and it comes in a set of 3, but they're real sharp. They're real sharp. My brother gave me a file, and I blunted this down just by scraping across the file. But I like it because it's got a large eye. You can buy a set of tatting needles online. I think it's by Handy Hands. If you look on Amazon, grab mine. And they come in 3, that little set is what I started out with. And that's really what I recommend you. And I think your number, is it the number 3 that's the largest? Yeah, because the higher you go up, the set has a 3, 5, and 7 in it. And the number 3 has the bigger eye. And you could probably thread this through the 3, but I prefer the drapery needle. And I don't know what size you would call this. I just know it's a part of a set of drapery needles, and I like it because of the length. When I'm doing my butterflies, by the time I put that, when I'm making the larger wing, by the time before I pull that ring, the ring of the wing closed, I have tatting clear across my needle. Now on the set that I bought on Amazon, which is tatting needles, this is a drapery needle. You can get your drapery needles at the fabrics. Most fabric stores have, you know, like Joann's and Hobby Lobby. They'll have your sets of drapery needles. They may or may not have a tatting needle. They'll have a weaver's needle probably, but a weaver's needle has a little bent point to where you can get underneath of your warp and weave when you're weaving. So I really wouldn't recommend a weaving needle. I like the drapery needle for working with my yarns. The disadvantage of using a drapery needle, if you look at it, and I didn't bring all my tatting, I just brought this in. But if you look at this eye, and if you look at this end, it bulges out. Now a tatting needle will not bulge out like that. So it works when you're working with a yarn because your yarn is a little bit flexible, but you can tat too tight, even with and I tend to do things I tend to tat tight, so I've had to train myself not to tat too tight, because by the time you're pulling 2 threads, and sometimes 4 threads, through your little chamber of double stitches here, when it gets down to here, where it bulges out on the drapery needle, it's hard to pull through. But if you tat loose, it works. But I would not use a large needle like this with a finer thread, with even a size 8 DMC or a size 5 DMC, I would go to my tatting needles. And let me go out to Amazon and show you what I got, because they're real popular out there. Most of the tatters get them. Let me come out here and show you what the ones I purchased once I get on here. I'm an Amazon person. I never used to be, you guys. Oh, here's where I was looking for yarn. Look, 2 balls of this Red Heart yarn cost $17.54. That's pretty darn expensive. That's over $8 a skein. And, you know, that's pretty expensive. I think I could get them cheaper at Walmart. And these are only 7 ounces. It says Super Saver on there, but this isn't the big fat Super Saver. These are 7 ounces, or what you would usually own, 364 yards in a skein, in a ball. Your Super Savers, your big fat Super Savers will have like 700 yards. It'll be double this. So that's kind of slowing me down for doing my next Afghan. I think I'll just work on that white one. Let me put in tatting needles here. Tatting needles. Now this is not the shuttle. I'm not doing a shuttle. I'm doing the needles. This is the one I bought. And a set will cost you, they're called, and look, they're even 6% off here. A typical price is $10.33. They got them 6% off at $9.72. And let's just read about them here. Let me go in here. Oh, that's here. You can see the picture there. But I wanted to read about them. Can I? Stainless steel handy hands. They're gray in color. They're silver, you know, like this. And I bought a shuttle. I'm not doing shuttle tatting yet. Here's the description. Similar to tatting, but using a needle instead of a tatting shuttle. The advantage to a needle tatting is you can use a variety of fibers. Each needle is sized for various fibers. Use the number 8 extra fine for size 80 thread. Now, size 80 thread is a very, very thin thread. 70, 60, and 50 thread. Use a number 7 fine for crochet cotton sizes, 50, 40, 30, and 20, and pearl cotton sizes 12 and 8. Use the number 5 for crochet cotton size 20 and 10, and pearl cotton size 5. Use the number 3 for pearl cotton size 3 and smaller sport weight. So I guess the number 5, to me, the 3 has a larger eye, but I could be confused. And let's go and look at let's see if it has another picture in here. Let me go up here and see if it's got another. Oh, and they also give you a needle threader here too. That's the needle threader. And no, they don't show you the needles up close. They give you an extra one. I think they give you the number 8. I can't remember if they give you the 8 here. You got the 7, 5, and 3, and I think they put an 8 in there. I'm not sure if they did or not. Let's go down here and look at the description again. So they tell you in here, it's handy hands, and it's on Amazon, and these are reasonably priced, especially with the 6% off. That's pretty good price. The set includes 3 tatting needles for thread, size 7, 5, and 3, plus a bonus free number 8 needle. So they give you 4 needles. Use the number 3 for pearl size 3, pearl cotton size 3, and smaller sport and baby weight yarns. Yeah. So the number 3, yeah, I was right there, because smaller sport and baby yarns would probably be about what this is. A baby yarn is really thin. This might be a little bit thinner, but, and I don't have my other needles in here. But they're shorter than this drapery needle. They're shorter. I like the drapery needles because they're longer. And when I do those butterflies, I need the entire wing on my needle before I pull it off. And the shorter needles, I'm really squishing those stitches together on the shorter needles. But it has a disadvantage in that it's wider down here at the eye, and you have to, sometimes if you keep your stitches tight, you have trouble pulling that needle through the chamber of double stitches. So those are the needles I use. I don't know if that helped you any with the size, but go out to your handy hands. Let's see if I can. Whoops. I don't want Firefox. Let me come out to my poor Penelope. But those are the ones I started out with because those are the ones, and then let's just go in here and let's, I'll show you the book. Now the book I got at our local quilt store. And let's see, Becky also sent me one. Let's see, can I find it here? Here, Learn Needle Tatting. Let me copy the link. This is the book I learned from. But I have to say, I'll share several links here with you. But this is the book that I started with. And the way she teaches, let me put the link in here. This is on Amazon. Now this book is, whoops, I didn't put the link in. Hold on. Did I grab the link? Did I get it in there? There it is. Let me get rid of that one. And I'm afraid to refresh my messages. I refreshed my messages the other night and they all disappeared, so I'm afraid to do a refresh here. What I like about Barbara Foster on her book, where she teaches this, she teaches you how to hold your needle, and you look at the pictures. There's no video. She doesn't have a video, but you can figure out. She teaches you how to hold your needle, how to make your, how to thread it, and then when you do your ring, she doesn't start with the chain here. This is a ring here, and this is a chain. She does a ring, and then instead of just chaining here, she'll just bring one thread over and do a second ring there. And she explains the difference between, I think she just calls it a ring and a thread and a ring and a chain. But you can see when I first started tatting, I have my tatting journal down here. And of course, it's gonna be close up here. But when I first started tatting, I was following her, and these of course are kind of crooked because, these are the chains. I started just following Barbara Foster, but you can see here, right in here. See how instead of a chain, I just have a thread there. And when she teaches, she doesn't work off of the ball. She takes a length of about 5 yards and clips it off of the ball, and you're working with just 5 yards of thread. And then later on, she teaches you how to work off of the ball. But see, these are some of my first ones in here. I started making these little triangle things. I'd put them on bobby pins. I sent some of those off, and I kind of cringe now because they probably weren't the best. And this, I just put in a circle. This is not tatted together. But these were some of my first tatting pieces. Here's a bobby pin embellishment that I made. And I put some bling down the side there. I like to do different things. And here's again where I did off of this was the first long one that I did. I put it on the edge of my book. But you can see I didn't do the chain. I just hooked them together with a thread. And I didn't start doing the chains until later. And I did a lot of practice. Here's where I started playing with doing the butterflies. But here, when I was just playing, let me put my book up. I just meandered. And you can tell it's meandering. I just meandered. I started out with a ring someplace in here, and then I did some chains, and then I did, and I just meandered, just played. That's not anything special. Here, I was trying to hook two colors together. Down, can you guys see? Right here, I did a row of white, and of course I got it. This one comes up a little more. And I thought it would be fun to do a sampler. And I think these are, no, they're, yeah, are they hooked together? I can't tell. I think these are hooked together, but I thought it would be fun to like put a strip of blue and a strip of green and do a sampler. But that's as far as I got. And here's another one. This is where, over here, where I started doing the chains. See, I have a ring and a chain, and I got some goofs in there. This is a ring here, but it's out of place, it looks like. And a ring and a chain, a ring and a chain, a ring and a chain, a ring and a chain. I goofed up in there. Goofed. And then here is where I wanted to use, now this one here is a 4-ply yarn. Now this would work for a Christmas ornament, but it's pretty thick. This is like 4-ply yarns, like what we crochet with. And it would work if you were doing a table doily or a hot pad or something like that. And here I'm practicing. And then this blue one over here, this blue one, this one's a little bit more advanced. I goofed it up here, over here, but I was doing a big ring here. And then inside the big ring, I put a little ring, and then I did a chain, a big ring, and a little ring, and a chain, and then I goofed it up in there. And once I goofed, like over here where I made my mistake, I just stopped because, you know, there's no sense in going on. It was just an experiment. But this is a good way to keep a record of when you pick up a new skill, is to journal your experiences. I need to put some documentation in here. And then I've got off on making all these butterflies like this. Well, is that a butterfly? Like this. And these are some of my first butterflies, and I was still figuring things out. I don't know if I have any more butterflies in here. I guess I don't have any more period in here. And I'm still practicing. I like to make those butterflies. I figured out the pattern, and I'm going to share that pattern with everybody someday. But I like that. This is how I learned. Then I have another tatting link I want to share with you guys that I found really helpful. And I know I've talked about it before, but let me go get it. Of course, I'm fat fingering everything. I can't type one word. Can't type one word without a mistake. And let me grab the link here. I got to get there. Did I get it? Or did I compose something? Hold on. I hit my email instead of the copy link. All right, let me come back into live chat. And I find this site very helpful. And they also have a website. But this is the Palmetto down in South Carolina Tatters Guild, and I just find them very helpful. Tattletales interview, part 1. Well, this is from 2 years ago. Videos. They might have more information out on their, let's go to their about page. Let's go out to their website. No, that's not yet. They didn't put it in there. Maybe it's in one of their videos. Here they're interviewing. I want to look and see what. No, they don't have. Well, let's just go to. It's my email. Let's go to my browser. Because they have a really good website. And you can join them, space. You can join them online by just tatting a butterfly. And that's how I got into making those. I haven't joined yet, though. Let me copy the link here and put it in my... And of course, I'm out of my stream. Let's go back to my stream. Hold on. Hold on. I'll come back into my stream. And this is the Palmetto Tatters Guild website, which is this one. It was last updated July 15th. Late registration is now open. This looks like they're having a convention or a meeting of some sort. But they have, if you explore their website, they have a pattern collection. Now, do honor copyright. Don't go and copy a pattern and claim it. Most of these on here are for sale, but I think these are mostly for sale. Load more. I don't know if they have any free ones out here, but there are free tatting patterns. I don't know where I saw those, but they have... Oh, there's tat days, registration, schedule, tat classes, state fair, links and classes. Maybe this is what I wanted. Glossary of terms. This is something, if you want to learn to tat, I would really recommend coming out to the website of the Palmetto Tatters Guild. Go to their links and let's go back into it so I can tell you which one. Tatting links and classes option. And then where it says a glossary of standard tatting terms, a downloadable list is no means inclusive. And look at this list. If you want to know what an abbreviation is with tatting, and I messaged them on here and asked if I could go through this on my stream, and she gave me permission to, but I just haven't got at it. My screen is freezing up on me. How more I can get in there without messing up. It's kind of hard to see on the phone, but look. They put an open and close parentheses, and then they give a description of what it means. A /, a description of what it means. A B or a B, a BET, a BTS, a CH, a CL or a period, a CTM, a DMRW. Of course, the DS stands for double stitch. And the double stitch is probably the one stitch. I would say the double stitch and maybe your Picasso are the majority of your stitches. Once you get those down, you can tat. There's a join, and I've never done a Josephine knot. It's a ring made of only the first half of stitches or only the second half of stitches. I've never done that before. lock stitch, lock join. So there's a lot to learn. And look, I guess there's a page and a half of tatting abbreviations here. A lot to learn. So if you're interested, go to the Palmetto Tatters Guild and you can join them online. And let's look at the classes here. Oops. Let's look at the classes. Interesting sites. Maybe that's where I saw those free patterns. But look, they have all of these links here. They link to a lot. Was it Phyllis Smith that I was? One of these I really learned a lot from. Look, Mark Myers, aka Tatting Man. I've never gone to his site. Can I get there? Oh, my browser's freezing up on me. I'll go explore that later. I need to come back in and see what you guys are doing in chat. But there's a lot to learn. Susan says, let's see. Susan says, tatting is probably like other yarn arts, like crochet and knitting. You will get a feel for it. Yes, you do get a feel for it. But it's a learned skill like anything else. Like I showed you my journal. You start out, don't be afraid. My advice is don't be afraid to make mistakes and don't be afraid to try new things. If like I just did that meandering. I showed you that example where I just said, I'm just going to go from here to here to here to here. And I didn't expect it to be beautiful, but it was fun to do because it was kind of meditative. I just tatted a ring, and then I did a chain, and then I connected my chain to another ring, and then I turned it around and went the other way. I just meandered. I call it my meandered piece. Let's see. Susan says, I'm afraid to start one more thing. I know. That's what I told Beth Schuler. Beth is doing a paper doll swap this month. And I so want to join, but I just, and I was telling about the price of that yarn, 2 skeins of yarn, and I think you need about 8 different colors, and you buy 2 balls each. That's what, 16 balls of yarn. And if you take that times, well, just take 8 times 20, not 20, 8 times 17. Well, it's priced out there on Amazon. I just said I can't do it. And I've got a project. I got a Afghan. I love what they've done though. I love it. I did a little sample one just to see if I liked doing it, and it worked up really nice. I had to interpret the pattern a little bit, but I got it. Mikey at Crochet Crowd is real good at explaining things, and this particular Afghan that he has, he's doing it for the members only. His tutorials on this one is for members only, and I'm not a member. But he made the charts available. He did 3, he graphed out 3 charts of the basic pattern, that the ornament, it's an ornament in an Afghan. And he charted it out, and if you just read his chart, you can figure it out. And I think he does a terrific job. I highly support Mikey Crochet Crowd. Yarn Inspirations. Now I'm all off track. Let me get out of here and get back into what I was doing over here. I was going to go over here and do I think you have to kind of watch how I tend to twist these and get them the wrong way, but I think I'm okay here. But I've got my yarn all. And you kind of, for me, I like to have my needle thread going off to the right. This is my needle, and so this is my needle thread. This is my ball thread here, and I like that going off to my left. And then I have to figure out which one I want to join it to this one, so this has to come over this way, like this. And so to make the next ring, I did this chain here. I'm going to do the ring after it, and then I'll quit. So I do 3 double stitches. This is very basic here. This is not advanced tatting. But see how I'm kind of holding that chain between my finger and the needle, and I'm going to do 3 double stitches right as close to that chain as I can. So I put the yarn over my finger, my index finger, and go under it like that. And then just loop it off on, and that's the first stitch. That's the first leg of the double stitch. And then instead of going over your index finger this way, you come under your index finger and over, and then you put your needle under the thread and have it fall off onto your needle. Did you find Kathy Arbor's hours, Susan? Now let me do 2 more of those. It's because I do 3 double stitches. And then to do what they call a join, we're going to join rings together like we did here. So the ring that I'm making is going to be hooked onto this last ring here. And you want to get your stitches as close to the top of the needle without having them fall off. And it's fairly easy for me with the larger threads because I can see what I'm doing. You put your needle through that picot. We got a join here, and then on the other side is the other picot. This little loop is called a picot. You put your needle through it. Make sure that your ball thread is behind your picot. You wrap your ball thread around the needle and just pull it through like you would if you were crocheting. You don't tat around it. You pull your thread through. And then you do 3 more double stitches. 1 and 2, my ands are my second leg, and 3, and now I'm ready to do these 3 little picots down here. So, and that's what I do. I do a smaller picot, which is probably about a 1/4 inch, if even that. I just measure, kind of, I guesstimate. They have what they call tatting gauges. I haven't used one yet. That might be something I want to learn from the Palmetto Tatters Guild. I have one. I bought one. But to me, the little gauge is too small, and especially when I'm using a larger thread. So I just I say I'm going to make a small one, a large one, and a small one. But sometimes my small one are as big as the medium-sized ones. I'm no expert. All right, so I'm doing a small picot. And all a picot is this is a double stitch over here. You kind of hold that double stitch. You get a gap in there. This is your last double stitch, and then you have a gap, and then your next double stitch. And you pull those 2 together, and it forms a loop. And that's your picot. Now I do a double stitch in between this one, and that's 1 double stitch. And then I do a large picot, and see how I moved my finger? I'm no longer down here, I'm up there. And that's probably about 1 inch, approximately, maybe 3/4 of an inch. 3/4 of an inch. It's still a pretty large picot. And you just do a double stitch right up here at the top of your finger. And then you pull it down and you form that little loop. And then I put a double stitch in between. And then I do another small one. Another small picot. And then on my other side, I do 3 more double stitches. So 1 and 2 and 3 and now we have 1 more picot. This is my first picot, my center picots, 3 double stitches. Now we're going to do the last picot, which will be what we join the next ring to when we get there. But we have to do 1 more picot over on this side. So, and it should be a little bit wider than your small ones. I sometimes get them the same size. I'm practicing, and then do your last 3 double stitches. So there's 1 and 2, and see how I'm bringing that thread over my index finger, bringing my needle under. That's the first leg of the double stitch. Then I bring my thread under my index finger and come to the back, put my needle under it, and put it off on your thread. So now I'm going to make the ring, and this is what I have on my needle. I have 3 double stitches, a join, 3 double stitches, a small picot, a double stitch, a large picot, a double stitch, a small picot, 3 double stitches, a picot, and then my last 3 double stitches. So I'm ready to pull this ring off of the needle, and I kind of like to straighten out my threads here so I can keep them separate. And I like a short tail. I don't like a long tail when I pull my threads off the needle. It just less that has to go through that chamber. I could probably make it even, but sometimes when I do a short tail, I unthread my needle. And you pull your thread off. Now, if your thread starts to get tight in here, if you're using a drapery needle, sometimes if you just pull like about 5 stitches off, and these will open up a little, but you can pull them tight again. And this is going through pretty good. And keep your ball thread out of the way and keep your loop separated. And just pull your loop. See how it's starting to form a ring here? It's starting to form its ring. Let me grab a hold of it here. And just pull your thread through. If you go slow, you'll have less chance of a knot. And if you don't let this tangle up here, this will want to tangle up because you're pulling on it. But see how it's wanting to tangle there? Just kind of, sometimes you put your needle in there. I don't usually try to put my needle in there until it gets about this size. And I like to come underneath rather than go in from the top. I like to come in from the bottom up and pull your thread through your loop and pull it tight and just keep pulling your ring closed, and that will form a ring. And then again, I like to do secure knots. I also am trying to keep my rings about the same size. If I pull it too tight, I'll kind of sit here and try to open it up a little before and as long as you haven't knotted it there, you can still kind of open it up. Just kind of pull on your threads there. Now, I do a secure knot. Again, I put a secure knot, which is basically a shoelace knot. I put one at the end of my chain and at the end of my ring. And that seems to work for me. And I come under, and because I feel like it just secures everything. But the thing of it is, you've got to watch where your threads are going, or it can sometimes tangle things. And just pull it tight. And there you go. I'm ready to do the next ring. And I mean the next chain. I typically do a ring. And look what I did. Did I make a mistake? No, I didn't. I joined it there. I thought, uh-oh, I didn't join it. But I did join it right here. So I'm ready to do my next chain. And I'm not going to bore you guys with any more. And you'll see that it will want to start to curve. But I think, if you want to put this on an edging, like on a well, this is pretty thick. But say this was a thin thread and you wanted to put it on a hanky or a linen. I think you would probably, and you could do it different ways. When I was doing that slow stitch where I put that green tat down the side of my tape measure, I actually used a thin sewing thread and went through the double stitches, and it didn't show at all because the thread just blended in with my yarn. And then I just put my thread, I made a knot down here on the underneath, put my thread through there, did a tack it down, put my thread through, you know, the next spot that I chose and tack it down. And I just tacked it down to my slow stitch tape measure that way. And I don't know if I'm not advanced enough with tatting and assembling things to know how, with a proper way to attach a piece of tatting, a piece of trim to a linen. But I would think if you have thread that matches, like if I had a nice pretty lemon yellow thread, I don't think it would hurt to run a thread through those double stitches, because you run thread through the double stitches all the time. So that's my tatting tatting fun for tonight. And sometimes I just like to sit and do this. I do get distracted though and make mistakes, and once I make a mistake I just stop and clip it off. Someday maybe I'll get a large set of trim done. And you can tat with different threads, as it said in that description that I read on Amazon. It said that the advantage with needle tatting is that you can use different weights of yarn. Now this is just some string. I wouldn't even call this thread or yarn. This is more of a string. But you can certainly tat with this. Let's pull my... Uh-oh. Well, there. I'll just have to pull that out later. I threaded my tatting onto my ball there. See, this is just, I don't know, I probably got it at the thrift store, that I think I can even thread. This is a thicker thread or string, and I think it'll go through this eye of this needle. I might have to coax it a little. There we go. Is it all in there, or did I? No. Yeah. There we go. And I like to leave, depending on what you're doing, if you leave a short tail like this, you may get 3, maybe 4 tats off of a short tail. I like to leave at least 2 feet of tail thread. Now that 18 inches or 2 feet, you have plenty. And I usually, when I'm done with my butterflies, I usually have about 9 inches left. But I've also been in instances where I've only had 3 inches left, and I was struggling. I don't know if I'm going to get this butterfly done or if I'm going to have to attach another thread. But see, here's this string. And now again, this is a drapery needle. This is not a regular tatting needle. But I like it because of the length. And if you buy these drapery needles at the fabric store, you will find that it comes in sets of 3. This might be the medium length or the short length, but they're very sharp. I had to file these down, and it's still kind of pointy sharp, but it's been filed down. And a tatting needle itself is sharp, but it's probably more like this that's been filed down. It's not made to go through drapery, the tatting needles. But these needles, if you buy them, happen to buy them at the... And you can get larger tatting needles for the larger yarns. I haven't bought them yet. I haven't purchased them yet. Let me pull this through because I don't like a long tail over here. Let me just do some tats here with this green. And this would be something I would probably do for more of a, you know, like a junk journal page or something like that. This is more of a rustic type thing. Now there's my 3, and let me put this paper behind it so you can see it better. See, it's really a heavier tat, and it'll make a larger ring. Let's just do a ring. It'll make a larger ring. I won't do the 3 on the inside. I'll just do 3 picots. So there's 1. Am I in center here? 1 and 2 and 3. And as I'm talking here, remember, I'm a beginner. So if you hear somebody else say, some other expert say she's got it wrong, I probably have it wrong. I probably have it wrong because this is not a tutorial. I'm just showing you what kind of fun I'm having. But I think I'm learning, and I'm showing you what I'm learning. 1, 2, 3, and then I'm ready to do my last picot. So you have 2 picots and 3 stitches between them. I need to put 1 more picot on here. And it goes pretty fast once you're sitting by yourself, just like crocheting or knitting. You get the rhythm of it. You get the feel of it, like Susan says. Although I still am not good enough to do some of those patterns that I think I need to put 1 more stitch on here. Some of those patterns that I've been reading out of the Workbasket magazine, I still am not that good yet. Mostly because they're done with really fine tatting thread, and I'm still playing with my thicker threads. Now just pull this through and see that I'm kind of having a little bit of trouble getting that through. So just, if you have trouble getting your eye of your needle through, just pull a few stitches through at a time, and it'll come off. See how that's forming a ring there? I like to watch it form its ring. And pull it through. Pull it through. I put my needle underneath of the loop there. The white paper's bouncing around on me. Underneath, and just pull it. You pull on your needle thread. You always pull your ring closed with your needle thread, which is going off to my right here. And now see, here's the bottom of the ring and here's the top, and I pulled it through this loop, and when you pull it tight like that, it does close it, but it doesn't secure it, because see, I can pull it open again like that. So to secure it, and that's what I like to do when I do each ring, I just tie a shoelace knot in it. And I think this is a common thing for tatters to do. And did you see how I flipped that over? That's called reverse work. You'll see reverse work done with crochet too. You've just kind of, I tatted it this way, and when I did my double knot, I flipped it over. And you do this is kind of like those birds that Janet Nash does. Once you start, it's hard to quit. 2, 3, and then a picot in the center. I'm doing a chain now. Picot in the center, pull it tight, and then 1 and 2 and 3. Now there's different ways to do your chains, different lengths and everything, but I have 3 double stitches, a picot, and 3 double stitches, and then I just pull my needle. You pull your stitches off of your needle, and this time you do not put the needle through the loop. You pull your thread all the way through that chamber there, and just let all of that thread, this is your needle thread in here. This is usually when you're doing a ring, you put your needle through there. You don't do it when you're doing a chain. You just pull it through like that, and it forms a chain. Now I like to, well, when I tie my reverse knot, it's not knotted here. And if you make a mistake, you can pull each one of these out. I have not pulled a ring out. I've made mistakes, like I was showing you on that one where I put 2 rings together. I forgot to put my chain in the center. I could have pulled that ring out, but you would have to pull each one of these chain stitches and the picot out. I haven't done that yet, but I have pulled a chain out where you're just pulling 3, your picot, and 3. Here you'd have to pull all of these out to correct that. I haven't done that yet. I just cut it off. Okay, now I'm going to put a double a secure knot in, and did you see me flip it over? And I'll stop here. I just wanted to show you what I've won with a thicker string. And this is more of a string than a thread, but still it makes a pretty tat. And then you would start tatting your next string here and do 3 double stitches and connect it and join it. All right, that was fun. Maybe I'll take this out in the recliner after my stream and do some more of this. I enjoyed this. I want to see how this one ends. And then if I'm not finished, I'll just wrap my thread around. And you can unthread your needle and just rethread it. Just rethread it if you don't want it hanging off that way. Just if I can get it under here. Maybe I'll put it in my yarn. Whoops. Susan, did you get Kathy Arbor's hours? Did I miss that? Is she still here? I was going to write Kathy Arbor's hours. Let me refresh chat and come out. Hopefully it won't erase all my chat. Sometimes it erases everything for me. Oh, Susan had to go get cake. Let's see. Chris had to leave. Lala, hi Lala. Welcome Lala, it's good to see you. Lala's been sharing with us, with Arlene and myself, all the things that she's working on. She's doing some nice stuff. You should share that in Fibdiggity. Do you share that in Fibdiggity, Lala? Let's see. Thank you, Lala, for the thumbs up and encouragement. Thank you. Let's see. I want to see if Kathy... Hi, Mitzi, if you're out there, and Cal. Hi, Cal. And there's Becky. She says, hello, all. I just got home from Scott's mom's. Yeah, Sunday nights, Becky, let me zoom out. Becky goes out. Becky and Scott have been visiting Scott's mother, who's in her 90s, I believe. I'm trying to zoom out a little here on my phone. It's crazy. Give you a ride. Let's turn it this way a little more. I'm going to work on some painty envelopes. And I should paint on this gnome a little more, but the envelopes are more important. Mitzi's here, Kelly's here, Chris and Susan, and I'm just looking at names. Susan said, we had storms and lost power. I missed Tanya's stream. Oh. Allie K? Is Allie K out there? Hi, Allie K, if you're listening. Kathy Arbor, here it is. Kathy Arbor, Thursday. Let me write this down. Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. You know, I should know this because I've joined her member. Kathy Arbor is the only membership that I've joined. The only member group that I joined has been Kathy Arbor's. But, you know, I just don't, you get so much going, you know, I just can't get another thing going. But, yeah, let's all give Kathy Arbor some support. She's a wonderful artist. She's a wonderful artist and an excellent teacher. And I support her with all my heart. But my time, I can't get out to everybody. I'm struggling to get out to Dee Dee, and I missed Becky was on this afternoon. I missed her. I missed Barboa. I did peek in on Barboa on, was it Monday night? Or was it Friday night? I can't remember. But I'm mad too. But give Kathy Arbor some support, because she certainly, at least go in there and give her some thumbs up, share her channel. You know, I will say though, Susan, if you're listening, I think YouTube is kind of going through a phase right now. But you know what? These things come and go. These things come and they go. If you look at my subscribers, I'm down to 8040. I was up almost up to 60, 65, and I've lost subscribers. And you know, the YouTube cleans things out. If you don't watch, they'll drop your subscription from your channel if you're not watching it. And you can't watch everybody all the time. It's just humanly impossible because we're only people and we only get 24 hours to do everything we want to do in a day. But I think YouTube overall is going through a growing stage where, you know, how do I say it? Where you kind of stagnate. I won't say that YouTube is stagnating because YouTube itself has all these big channels and, you know, I think YouTube itself is doing fine. But those of us who are just small channels, you know, I don't see the growth in the last couple years that I did in the first few years that I was out on YouTube. I just don't see it. But I don't really care because if I were talking to Kathy Arbor right here and now in her face, I would tell her to just keep going. Just keep going because it'll change. It will change. Nothing stays the same on YouTube. And you might go through a dry spell. I think I've gone through a dry spell for the last maybe year and a half where my subscribers have just been, you know, if you grow 50 subscribers in a year, that's not a good thing. You know, I'd like to grow 50 subscribers. Well, I'd take 50 subscribers a week and be happy, but, you know, I think that would be a good thing. I used to get 3 or 4 subscribers every, and I wasn't even doing live streams. Every video, every day I'd come back in and I'd have 3 new subscribers. But you know, people come and go. A lot of the people that watched me 6 years ago don't watch me anymore. They're off, if they're even on YouTube anymore. Some of them have just completely said, you know, they've gone on to other things. So I think if I could talk to Kathy, I would tell her not to give up. She's a wonderful artist. She's an excellent teacher. If she's, you know, kind of plateauing, I don't want to say, for me it would be stagnating, but she may go, for her it might be plateauing. Just keep at it. Don't give up, it would be what I'd say. You might want to, now I wouldn't say this to Kathy because I think she does fine, but for myself, you know, I might want to look at what I'm doing and, you know, maybe shake things up a little. I try to do different things. I can't do one thing the entire stream. I get bored. And that's just me. I'm going to fix my quality again. I got out of it. It's back down to 144. Every time I get out of my channel, like I went to the Palmetto site, it lowers my quality back down. But if you are a content provider out there, if you have your own channel and you grew really good the first year or so and now you're just kind of plateauing, don't let it get you down because you know, just keep, I don't want to say plugging away at it because that sounds like it's a drudgery. Just don't let it get you down. Just keep at it. And you know, kind of the field of dreams things, if you build it, they'll come. And they may not come all at once. They may not come in the first year. They may not come in the second year. But here's the thing. If you drop your channel and get discouraged, I'm not talking to Kathy, I'm talking to somebody who's really discouraged. If you quit putting videos out, if you quit doing content, nobody will ever come because they won't be able to find you anymore. So that's my spiel on that. But Kathy, I will say again, she's an excellent artist. She streams on Thursdays at 1 p.m. I think that's Eastern time. So I stream on Thursdays from 6 till 9, and then I think Paint Girly comes on at, for her, it would be 10 o'clock. So Kathy Arbor would probably come on after Paint Girly. But after I stream from 6 till 9, that's 3 hours. And if I go back to 4:30, that's 4 some hours. And I'm usually wiped out after 4 or 5 hours of streaming, because I'm constantly talking, I'm constantly doing things. And, you know, I usually in the mornings, I go grab me something to eat, and then I'm out of it. So that's one reason I don't get a lot of the, I really have flailed in watching Dee Dee and Janet Nash, some of those that I really enjoy. I'm up at 4 o'clock in the mornings unless I oversleep. Let me go back down to the bottom. Let's look at chat. Hi, Angela, Adele, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you in here. She says, indeed. Kathy says, it's easy to get frustrated. Yes, it is. It's very easy to get frustrated. And for myself, not only do I get frustrated, I try to talk myself out of the frustration, but I get overwhelmed. I start this, I start that. I get enthused. So I see something that somebody did and it's so cool, I've got to try it. Just like tonight, I said, okay, I'm done with tatting. We'll move on to something else. And then I put my yarn over to the side, and what did I find? And I had to do another ring and another chain with another thread. That's kind of how I am with the artwork. And what I'm working on that I want to absolutely do something on tonight are these envelopes. I'm working on envelopes that I'd like to get them mailed out this week. I really do want to get these things mailed. At least I'll get Janet's and Lala's mailed, because this one's done. I might need to go in here and make sure I got all my dots and everything crossed. My I's dotted and my T's crossed. But I have 4 envelopes that I'm working on. And, I can't send out a Happy Mail without a painted envelope when I'm doing these birdies. This one's about done. Now, I might have to touch it up because I've had it sitting over here. I think this one is pretty much done. So we're going to set that aside. I think I'll work on this one tonight, because I'm ready to do the black marks, the black outlines. And I was looking at I was on Facebook, and you know how they show you your past memory things? They'll show you something that you posted 4 or 5 years ago on Facebook. And they posted, I don't know if you know Ann Williamson. She used to be, I'm not even sure I'm pronouncing it right. I think she's got a M word in there too, like an Italian name. It's a hyphenated name, but I think the last name is Williamson. And I sent her a postcard of an urban sketch covered bridge that I did in Wisconsin. And that post, I had posted it out on Facebook, probably in one of the groups. Gina used to have a group, and I think that's the group I posted it in. Well, Gina probably still has a group, but I was in the group. She did a art group, but I think she has a group, but I don't know if she still has an art group like that one. That one I think she only did for a year. But anyway, I could be wrong, I can't remember. But anyway, I was looking at that post of that, I did a bridge, and by golly, what do I have around that bridge when I was urban sketching but black lines? I said, I'm in love with black lines. And it would drive my art teachers crazy because, well, they were more painting. This is more graphic art. I think you need black lines to a certain extent on this type of art to make it pop. But painting, my painting teachers would say, look at that thread. Is there a black, in real life? Look at that. look at this okra pod. Is there a black line around that? Do you see a black line? And I go, no, but I like my black lines. And they hated it when I put in black lines around everything. That's the one thing I learned in art school. I just call that art school. It was an art class, a painting class. I was a university. I wanted to be an art teacher. But thank God, I look back on my past and say, thank God I'm not in the public schools today. Now, I have all respect for teachers in public schools, probably more respect than you would know, because they sure do have to handle a lot. I don't know if I could handle all of that. You know, put your phone away. This is coloring class. Get out your crayons. You're in high school now. Obey your teacher. The schools in Lincoln are setting up rules where those students have to put their phones in their locker during the day. They can't carry their phones to class. And if they want to make a call, they have to go to the office. Now, I think going to the office to make a call is a little extreme myself. If I were a student, I don't think I would like that. If I wanted to call my parents or maybe call my boss and said I'd want to be late or something. You know, if I were a student working at McDonald's or something like that, and my ride didn't come or my car wouldn't start, or if I needed a ride, I wouldn't want to have to go to the office to do that, especially in high school. But if those kids abuse their privileges, that's what happens. So I do think that making them go to the office might be a little bit extreme, but I also think that the phones belong outside of a classroom. I don't think students should be tapping on their phones during class when they're there to learn. And even if they're bored, you know, and I don't think they should be tapping on their phones. Just my opinion. My opinion! My stream, my opinion. Oh, dear me, Mary. Now, on the one that I have almost finished here, or finished, I took out my white fine liner. And see what I did here? So I dressed all this up, so I need to dress this up. And you know, I have to do black wings there. And this I did with a pen. This one, I think I did with paint. Well, since I have my pen in my hand, let's see, this one's done. This one's not done. Since I have my pen in my hand, I'm going to make this wing black. But I'll come in with white. You'll see on my fine liner, I'll come in and put on all that white so it'll dress it up a little more. And then, since this wing goes here, behind the butterfly here will be black. So this one here will be black. Lala says she's got to go. Early work tomorrow. Have a great week, Lala. Thanks for popping in. Kathy. Which Kathy popped in? Was that Kathy Calico Kate? She said, I must go. Have a great week. Bye, Kathy. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. Kathy and Aunt Beck do Friday sews. I try to catch up with that stuff. I'm not good, but I try. I think Becky was showing Becky does Project Dress-A-Girl, and I think she was showing her Project Dress-A-Girls this afternoon. Let's see, I saw a comment from Becky. Angela says, art teachers seem to want everything their way. Forget about our natural creativity. Thinking about college days. Yeah. Well, I think it depends on your teacher. I I've had good teachers and bad teachers in art. I had a really good drawing teacher, and that may be why I like to draw. Her husband was a painter. Her husband was well known in Nebraska for his landscape paintings, and he was from Kansas. And even in Kansas, he does big, beautiful Nebraska skies. And his paintings are well known. I wish I would have bought one of them because they were selling back then. I could have afforded one of them if I would have had the foresight. I don't know if they're even around anymore, but she was a good drawing teacher, and I enjoyed the class. I don't care for grading art, but I did get an A+ in that class. But I enjoyed the class. And I think there's several things to art. If you enjoy it, you're going to do well. But I don't know. I can't remember if I did everything her way. I can't remember all of that. I just remember I enjoyed the class, and I enjoyed drawing ever since then. Well, I drew in high school and that too. I didn't just learn how to draw in her class. That was one of the classes that I liked when I went to the university. Several of the classes I had such a different opinion about things, and I was kind of a silent rebel, I guess you could say. And my teachers knew it. She's the quiet one who doesn't agree with us. Watch out for her. You think she's shy, but she's really opinionated. Now I'll come in here and put in all those white lines. Especially about education. I never agreed with the education. I liked my elementary. We had to be an art teacher, you have to do, the elementary. And I did well with that. I enjoyed that. But boy, junior high, I student taught in a junior high school that's not even there anymore. It's probably an apartment building if they haven't torn it down. And it was kind of inner city Lincoln, and those kids were, I liked the kids. I didn't get along with my teacher, my supervising teacher in student teaching. He had different ideas. He locked all the cabinets. And even if students were, he said, well, we lock them because they're stealing stuff. And I said, well, teach them not to steal. Why do you think they're stealing? And if, he just, I don't know. I didn't get along with him at all, and he didn't like me. And that's when I quit wanting to be a teacher. So I withdrew from college, and I went to business school, and I went to a business college, a little private business college there in Lincoln, and I did good. I was a legal assistant. I need to paint that in there. I took a course in legal assistant, which was kind of a beginning thing back then. I wonder if I just put this gold, if it will kind of show up a little more. It's kind of the color of the envelope. And I did good in that, but there were no jobs when I got out because it was such a new field. That you aren't an attorney. Well, I didn't go to school to be an attorney. I went to school to be a legal assistant. And then you, in that instance, when you got out into the job market, you were kind of, if you wanted to be a legal assistant in the smaller law firms, you were in competition with the administrative secretary who's been there for 25 years. Who was every bit a legal assistant anyway, just by the virtual fact of seniority. They knew what they were talking about. But they didn't think you knew. So I worked for a printing company that printed law reviews, and that's how I got into the computer operations and then computer programming, and from there it's history. The rest of my career was in the computer field. And what a career it was. What a career. I have several things to say about that too, but it's all in the past. It's all in the past. And, you know, I woke up this morning and I was dreaming. I dreamt last night about friends that I had in college. Now, these were more dorm mates and just acquaintances rather than, you know, class that. And I dreamt just as if we were still all young and single. We were all young and single in my dream. The one gal, she's a grandmother now. Well, both of them are grandmothers. Well, all of them. I had three main ones that I dreamt about last night. They were all grandmothers now. I'm not a grandmother, but we were all young and in our late teens and 20s in my dream. Let's see. I think I'm going to make this yellow instead of gold. Stand out a little bit more there. Alrighty, now I'm ready for the fine liner. Let me wash out my brush. And the doodles around the side. I think I'll do the doodles around the side first. I'm going to go, it's 8:02. Oh, I usually stream until 10. So I forgive you guys if you need to go on with your life. I understand completely. Do not feel bad if you need to move on, but I'm going to be here for a while working on these envelopes. I do want to get them done. So what I've done here on the side is I started out putting in these running stitches. And then I came in on the running stitches and did these little star stitches here, little three, and then dots, and then I put dots around the side. So I'm going to do all of that before I put in the white around in here. So it doesn't take long once you get at it. It doesn't take long. And I have been putting off working on these envelopes, and I would like to get them out next week, which means I need to finish the birds too. And I thought I would put some tatted butterflies with them. So that's something that I want to do. See how that goes? That's how I get overwhelmed. These are going to Janet Nash, to Lala Gamma, to Chaz, and to Karen K. Lala, I had a giveaway for one bird, and Lala chose a number for, and Janet Nash and Janet won it. So I said to Lala I'd make her one. And I had a giveaway, another giveaway, and Chaz won it. And then Karen K, I want to do one for her because this pen is getting dry on me. Because she did all that genealogy research for me. Let me see if I have a better. Let's see if this one's any better. This one's getting kind of dry. Oh yeah, it's better. So that's how, you know, and I don't get in here during when I'm not online. I'm just doing so many other things. I sit in my recliner and do stuff, like I sat in there and did that slow stitching today. All right, so now I just put 3 lines. Looks like this. Doesn't take long. I think I'm going to need to get out some fresh pins. What did I do with them? They're over there, I think. I am so happy because Walmart had these restocked. For the longest time, I could not find these Pin Plus Gear felt tips at Walmart, and I was so sad. And I went there, well, probably a couple weeks ago, and I found them again. And I was happy again. And this, we're just going to kind of take it in there. Cal says, good night, bye for now. She says, meow. That must be a thing that they had. This one feels dry, too. I use these quite a bit. Let's see. I've been going through them. What else do I have here? Is this one? There. That one feels juicier. Well, you know, I am drawing on, I'm drawing on buttermilk, but it's dry. It's been dry for several days. I am drawing on craft paint here. Now this, I'm not going to get all of these in. This one feels better, though. Sometimes you just gotta stop and do. You just have to stop and finish up what you're working on, even though you want to move on to something else. And I'm not going to try to put one in there. It's run into this one. And I haven't been anywhere for a couple weeks. When was the last time I went someplace? I think I was home all week last week. I don't think I went any place. I had to go to the bank one day, but I don't think that was last week. Might have been the week before. I think I was home all last week. I've been trying to get this stuff all sorted out. I'm ready to go to Menards and get a bookcase. All right, we're ready for dots. And all that is dots going down the side of the envelope here. And then I'll put them on the stitches, but let's do these. Nothing fancy dancy, but the more you put on here, the more you put in here, the fancier it gets. And I think I'll put a black line around his eye. Yeah. And I'll have to come in this paint. I'm going to let it dry just a little bit more. The flowers. So what else is going on in my life that I need to share? It's soon going to be time. I was thinking when I go to Menards, I want to go to Menards and get a bookcase because that's one of the next things that I need to clear out are the books I have out there sitting around. And I just need a place to put them. And I think I can make a spot in that little craft stash closet. And I want to go to Menards and get a bookcase and put it up there, get those books out of the living room. And when I'm at Menards, I was thinking I need to also pick up some yard leaf bags because it won't be long and we'll be raking leaves. Now, not everybody rakes leaves in the fall. I raked them last year. I've learned my lesson. Like my brother says, I've learned my lesson now. I raked all those leaves up last year and had them in nice piles. Put them in the garden, to mulch the garden. So the weeds, keep the weeds down. We didn't plow them in. And the wind came along and blew them all away. So I went out there and I did it again. And by golly, the wind came on and blew them all away again. And I said, okay, you win. Well, this year, we didn't have very many leaf bags last year, so that's how I did it. I would I'd rake those leaves up in piles, and then my brother had a tarp, and then I'd drag the tarp right up to the pile and push all the leaves from the pile onto that tarp, and then the leaves aren't heavy. And I drag that tarp over to the garden and just unload the leaves, just dump the tarp. Well, this year, I'm going to get leaf bags. And you grab this. I think this paint is even though this paint is plenty dry, it's chalky enough that it's affecting my dots here. This year what I'm going to do is I'm going to start early. Even though when you rake the leaves and put them in a bag and then, the tree isn't finished dropping all its leaves, it'll drop leaves. It won't even look like you've done anything. But I swear, those leaves were a carpet that was 6 inches deep last year. 6 inches deep. I just waded through the leaves. Well, this year I'm going to put them in bags and drag the bags over to the garden and just, throw the bags across. The bags probably won't blow maybe too much. Hopefully. They could blow a little. All right, now we need to put dots in here. And I really do think this paint is... usually these pens do good on acrylic paint, on craft paint, but this buttermilk seems to have some chalky in it, and it really is affecting my pens here because they start out juicy and then they get dry. Usually I don't have this trouble with these Pen Plus gears. They're usually pretty good on a painted surface, but these are giving me some trouble. So what I'll do, I think what I'll do here is just dot it with my paintbrush. Finish out with my paintbrush here. Oh, don't have much paint in it. And notice how I pour that right over my envelope so that if I drip it, it'll drip right on the envelope. Just to make a merry mess. So I don't think you're supposed to, I think it's okay to put leaves on top of the garden to mulch, like when you're mulching. But I don't think you're supposed to plow those leaves into your dirt. You let them pile up by themselves and they'll make dirt. But if you plow those leaves into your garden, I think what I hear from watching gardening shows is you don't want to do that because it'll sap nitrogen from the soil. So you can put them in a compost bin. You can put them in a compost bin and they'll make beautiful dirt. They'll make beautiful dirt, but you don't want to plow them into your dirt, your garden dirt. That's what I understand. So I'm just going to put the bags on top of the garden, and that'll help keep the weeds down. and we'll use them as mulch when the plants start coming up, or even between the rows. We mulched around the cucumbers and zucchini and the corn, and it did really good this year as mulch. But I didn't save that many. They all blew away. So, and I really think we need to get some fertilizer for our garden. I think our garden is in drastic need of some fertilizer. It didn't do too bad this year. And we got a late start. We're getting tomatoes now. I had tomato on a tomato and cheese bagel for lunch today. It tasted pretty good. There we go. Now, let me wash out this. And I'm going to go ahead and do my white fine liner. And hopefully I won't put my hands in because I dragged this. So what I've done, I do white fine liner and white dash lines and around the Picasso and the feather and around the butterfly. That's what I'm going to do here. And I'll have to come in later and do the flowers. I'm not comfortable in doing those yet. So, and those are just running stitches that I put down here. Running stitches there, little dashes in there. I did a solid line and dots, and then around the Picassos. So I always do a little test here to see if it's coming out good, and it is, but then I have to move this so I don't put my hand in it. And I don't want to touch my paint, my wet paint. So let's start here. I do better if I so it won't be long, and we'll be raking leaves, doing Halloween. They're already got Halloween stuff out. And if you watch the DIYs, let's see, what did I do there? Yeah, I put little, this is a ring in here, a tatted ring. So I just put little, and I don't know if I can get fine lines on there. Little fine lines in there. Now, I want to do some stitching around the wing and the butterfly. So I'm trying not to touch the black dots. So I can do that. And this is just a painted envelope. So if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. But I think this white really makes it pop. And then he's got a head, an antenna, and then he's got some Picassos there that need filling in. That kind of fades into the envelope there. Now, on here, let's do some lines and some dots and a line and dots. And a line, and a line. Let's put some little dots in there, and then these are dots. See how that dresses it up? I might have to come in and outline those spicos a little better. Oops. Oh, the fabric folded there. Throw a little dot in there. Just playing. Somebody will get a painted envelope. I got another painted envelope that I need to send to Janet that I started last December. Okay, on this one, I didn't do anything in there, but I think I will here because I think it's kind of plain. So I am going to, what am I going to do? Am I going to do dots in here? Yeah. Dots in here. Like that. And then I think I'll do just the faintest line going down this way. Like this. Maybe in the center there. And I think I'll give these yellow flowers a white center. And I'll have to come in and outline those flowers, but I'm not going to while it's wet. Now, in here I just did a little curve. And it almost looks like a feather. There, it's really a dangle. But on here it looks like a feather, which is okay with me. I'm going to bring that up a little. And I think I'm pretty happy with it. Put a little white dot in the eye. And what do we need up here? Oops. Oh, those weren't. I think I'm okay. Let's do some dots on the crown, maybe some little triangles in there. And maybe just some dots in there. I think I'm done with this one. It's certainly dressed up a little bit more. So, what time is it? 8:30. I'm gonna... Wow, I screwed that whole cap off. This goes on here. Like that. And then this goes in here. This is hard to get in until you get it up to your nose. And then once I get it in there, I always bounce it up and down a couple times just to make sure that nozzle's clean. We'll come back to that on the other one. So I'm going to put this aside and let it dry. And, oh, we got 2 more to work on. Now, I think I'm going to have to outline and paint with this for sure, because this is that satiny, and I think it drinks my ink. We'll come back to that later. Let's work. And this is also metallic copper. So, I don't know. I need a finer paintbrush. And do I have a finer one than that one that I was using? I've got some little ones, but I don't know if they're any finer than what I had. I got my little brushes in with my big brushes. And pencils. And a Sharpie. Put that over there somewhere. Let's see what I have here. See, these aren't that fine. Put the pencil in there. Put the big brushes in here. Fan brush. Flat brushes. I'm hard on my brushes, you guys. That one's not too bad. That one might work. That one's thicker. I want something I can outline with. And I've got fine brushes, I just don't have them out. I buy these brushes. Most of these are Royal Langnickel brushes. I think this one is too. This is a watercolor one. I buy them at Walmart because I'm so hard on them. And I buy them in the packs. I might get some at Hobby Lobby. They're fine, Master's Touch or Fine Touch. I think most of these, I think I got the best fine one out. Most of these are, they're smaller, but they're not. All right. We're going to go with that one. I need another jar to put my smaller brushes in, but I got so many jars out here. We're going to use, see that this is the one, was this the one I was using? I don't know. Or did I put it back in the water? Might have put it back in the water. Meri's talking to herself. Again? Put that pencil in there. These I'm going to have to go through. I think I kind of set them out with that. And I'll have to touch up some of this. All right, we're going to use this. And I'm going to work out of the cap again. And yeah, it's nice and messy. Because I turned it upside down to get paint in there. And I could probably even use an ink pen to do this. A quill pen, a nib pen. But we'll see what this does, because I want to outline all of this. I've got to have paint in there, Meri. Yeah. Can't see what I'm doing. There's no paint in there. There's paint in there. See what I got here. Oops. Okay. We'll start out here. I just want to outline. And a paint pen or a Posca pen might work on this, but I don't have them out. See, this is, I should pre-plan this. But, on the other hand, I was planning on using my pens, but this metallic ink and this satin ink will drink the pens. Pens don't not work well. The felt tip pens do not work well with metallic and satin paint. I don't know what it is in the metallic, but it just drinks the ink, the black ink. It just absorbs it. And let's outline the wing here. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I could say it's a wrinkle in the fabric if it goes crooked. And I think I want to outline my flowers a little more. And if my head gets in the way, I have to see what I'm doing. I apologize. Oh, my head did get in the way. See my white hair? That's my white hair. It's just been washed. I went out and mowed yesterday. It was washed yesterday. Uh-oh, I'm going to have to put white in there. I got that too thick. I'll fix that. I'll come back and put white in there. And really, if you're doing this, if you just relax while you're doing these fine lines, if you try too hard, it shows. You don't want to scribble it, but if you can at all relax, like I don't think I was relaxed when I did that. I'm going to spill that if I don't put it someplace safe. I don't know where my safe spot is. Over here. And you try to relax when you do these lines. It's hard, but if you just, relax, put the eye in there. It's really dark in there, but I'll fix that. And I need to get in there. Well, that's not too bad. I might go in with some copper and fix this a little, or I might not. We'll see. Now, what do I want to do next? I think these. Oh, my head's getting in the way. I'm so sorry. Keep your head out of the picture, Meri. Nobody enjoys seeing the top of your head. You can tell I like to get over my art when I do this stuff. I think I should come and do this side. Did Paula come in? Hi, Paula. Who else is here? Sharon. Hi, Sharon. Stacy May. Welcome to everybody that I missed. Becky said, okay, gang, my eyelids are too heavy to stay. Becky and Scott were over at his mom's. She's in her 90s, so they need to enjoy the time that they have with her. Excuse me. I got a tickle in my throat. Meri's been talking too much. And by the time I get that white fine liner in here, most of these lines will just fall into the background anyway. They're not perfect. Whoa! That was a juicy one. Oh, let me slop that out a little. That was juicy. We'll take care of that later. My brush is still juicy. I wish my ink pens were that juicy. I really do need to get out a Posca pen or a paint pen to do this. Although it is fun to use a brush and learn how to do these fine lines with a brush. That one really got thick in there, but I think I'll fix that with my fine liner. I must have really dipped that down in there. Let's see if I can't do a little line. See if I can just relax. Tell myself to relax. It goes a lot easier. If you get all tense, your lines get crooked and stiff, and if you just relax, sometimes it's hard when you're doing fine stuff. I'm kind of touching my brush to the towel over there, making sure that I don't have too much paint on it, a little bit thicker paint now. All right, and then I'll come in with white dots on that. Let's do the crown. I do think that putting black lines around this just makes it pop out. It makes it pop. Evens out. Evens it out. Now I'm just putting the very tip of my brush in the paint. I actually got my brush down too far deep in the paint when I did this one. All right, hold on. So it comes like this, maybe. Alrighty. And we'll put some black lines around here, but I'll probably be coming in with white on those. Now I just have, well, I have this to do. Let's do this. Now this I can be a little bit when I'm doing the wing, because it's already black. So if I mess up, it's not gonna, if I mess up, I'll mess up doing around the gold, which I'll have white dots in there anyway, so. Yeah, I don't have enough paint. There we go. There's that one. And let's do the butterfly over here. Oh, let's pull that up. Ah, my paintbrush is loaded with paint there. I really do need a Posca pen. I have Posca pens. Don't send me one. I have them. I just don't have them out. Probably have one right in that drawer in there. Just don't want to go get it. I'm going to have to fix that little spot in there. And the rest of this, I'll probably come in with my white to make it pop. So I have the bow and the tatting thread to do. I'm going to touch that to my towel and make sure that I blotted it. So Kathy Arbor comes on at 1 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. So if you're around, and I'll try to be, go give her some support. Give her some support. She's an excellent artist. She's an excellent teacher. She does beautiful art, and I don't know, she does it for the members. I don't know if the non-members, I get it because I'm a member, but she has traceables for what she's doing. She does beautiful art. I like her art a lot. And if anybody else wants, like Susan shouted out Kathy Arbor tonight, if you have somebody that you want to support and shout out in the stream, feel free to do it. Let one of the mods know if I don't catch it, to drop a link and say what you like about them. Now, Stacy Catitude is in here, and I think she streams, the way I understand it, she streams every day at 10 Eastern. And I mean to get in there, Stacy. I mean to. I will. You'll see me pop in someday. I'd like to be a regular in all of them, but my body won't take it anymore. And I think that's the case with a lot of us. That really got a lot of paint on there. But if you happen to be around, if you happen to see her on, go give her some support. And even if you're not around, go give her a thumbs up, leave a comment, share her channel. And Dawn, we pinned Dawn. Dawn's kind of our pinup channel tonight. Draw Tangles with Dawn. Her channel is pinned to the top of chat. Dawn does beautiful art too. There we go. I have some things I need to touch up on here where I got fat lines, but that'll come later. I hope to get these out this week. That's my goal, is to get these envelopes. And tomorrow I had some giveaways with some tatted butterflies and some clusters. They'll go out in tomorrow's mail, because our post office closes at 9 a.m. on Saturday, so there was no way that I was going to get those out on Saturday that I did Friday night. And even if I would have got them out, they wouldn't have gone out until Monday anyway, because she doesn't work on Sunday. Why aren't you there sorting out your mail on Sunday afternoon? Yeah, it's a nice way to make a friend with your post lady. I'm a little bit nervous there. I need to learn to relax when I do these strokes. My paint's a little juicy, so I'm so afraid that I'm going to blob it, especially around these lines. I'm about done here with the outlining on the bird. Yeah, see how juicy that is. So juicy. In that center there, it's kind of okay, but alrighty. I think I'm happy with the outlining on that one. So now I'm going to do the lines. And this is craft paint on craft paint. I usually don't have too much trouble with my felt pens, my Pen Plus Gear on dried craft paint. But I think this buttermilk paint has some chalk base into it. I can feel it. And I think it was ruining the tips of my felt. Usually I don't have too much trouble with them, but I did on these. So I went to paint here. I should get out a Posca pen. How many times have you said that, Meri? You should get out a Posca pen. Why don't you do it? 'Cause I'd have to stop and look for them. They may not be where I think they are. And I'm not ready to stop and look for them. And I'm dipping my pen in my paint, but I'm also taking it over here and kind of blotting it off on the towel, trying not to get a big old blob of paint. Oops, I'm going to have to come this way a little. That one's not perfect. Looks like a frayed thread. My thread kind of frayed there. I have so much I want to do, you guys. Just impossible to do everything I want to get done. Well, that was loaded. Now, let's go over here and do the lines. Hopefully I can do it without messing up. I need a little more. I could do this with a fine liner too. Now, I think it was Art Sherpa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to have to go back, and she was recommending some paints out there. I don't know who they are. Maybe you guys saw her video. She was recommending, and I think she did a separate, it was like a promote video. She was promoting some acrylic paints, but she was showing where they had a fine liner. You know, like you just squeeze the tube, like what I do on my fine liners, and those looked fun. I'll have to go back and find out what she did, what product they were. Maybe some of you saw that. I thought that might be something I might like to try. I don't do a lot of acrylic painting. I was thinking it would be fun, though. I've got a roll of canvas in there in my stash room that I bought a couple years ago because I got it on sale. And I thought it'd be fun to make a little canvas book, or do it like in flow pages, and do my little canvas pages and bind them in a book. Do some small, like 4x6 or 5x7 pages, canvas paintings, and do them in acrylic, do them in a mat. Don't do them in a, do them in a something that could be bound into a book. Do them in a craft paint. I don't know. I did that for a larger journal, though, and even then, some of my pages stuck together, so I might have to rethink that. When you use this craft paint, you're safe because it's the matte paint doesn't stick. The pages don't stick when you put them in your journal. You guys know that. I'm probably boring all of you guys out there. I'm sorry if I am, but I am getting my envelopes done. I have so much I want to do. I got off into that tatting tonight. And once I get started on that stuff, it's hard for me to quit. I'll finish these lines and then I'll come out and look at chat. See what you guys are up to out there. I'm just kind of chattering away while I'm doing this. That's my frayed thread there. All right. We'll kind of let those dry a little. Let's see what's going on in chat. Let me refresh. Top chat. Oh, it all went away. It all went away. Why does it do that to me? It all disappeared. All I see is chat. Is Chaz. All my chat disappeared. I hate it when it does that. I'm going to have to. Hi, Linda. I just see Chaz. She says, Paula, a bit of sorts. All types of those two. Paula says, Paula, a bit of sorts, Chaz says. I'm into colored pencils at the moment with alcohol markers as a base. I'm newish to art. So I'm having fun trying different media. Well, that's good, Chaz. That's good. You trying different media is a good thing because you find out what you enjoy using. You find out what works for you. You kind of find out your style. Hi, Chaz. Thanks for popping in. Hi, Linda. We enjoy hearing your thoughts and stories. Thank you, Linda. I wanted to read more chat, but not every time. I wonder if I can see chat on my phone. Let's see. I refresh on that. Maybe I need to update my browser over there. Let's see if I can see chat on my phone here. I'm so sorry. I wanted to come out and chat. Oh, look, see, no, it only goes to Chaz's. Paula loves art. She says her crayons, maybe, all types of those too. That's all I see. Hi, Allie K. Thank you, Allie K. I'm so sorry, you guys. I know you've been chatting out there or saying something, but, oops. Well, at least it fell between some papers. It'll be okay. I dropped my phone, but it fell in between some paper pads there. I'm not going to turn around and pick it up. Let's, Meri, have you tried to click on top chat then all? That's what I do. I chop on my browser. It's top chat and live chat. And on my phone, let me get my phone. I dropped it. My phone, though, I'm just dropping in on my phone. Where did my phone go? It fell off between it didn't hit anything hard. The paper pad softened the fall. I got to be careful with these phones because I don't have, if I crack the screen, I've cracked the screen. Yeah. Now on this phone, I go top messages and live chat. This phone does not. On my tablet, I have it. It has that little 3 bars over there that I have top chat and live chat. On this, I don't have those 3 bars anymore. I don't know what happened to them. I just have live chat and top messages. I don't know why that is. Let me come back in. You're supposed to have all messages. And I don't get that little little setting out there. I just have live chat over here and top messages. That's weird. I wonder if I go to a different channel. I'm coming in as myself on this channel. Let me go to one of my other accounts and see if it's the same way. I'll go to the account where I watch all the news stuff and weird stuff. Not weird, just news and stuff that is not art. Let me go out there and see. Well, let me go to my brother's channel. Let me go to my brother's channel here. Yeah, see, it's the same thing. It's a phone thing. See, I don't, oh no, I have see on here, I have those little dots over there where I can go top messages, all messages. But it still starts with the Paula Loves Art. I lost all the messages going above what I see on my tablet over there. For some reason, they all disappear. I don't know why that happens. Meri, have you tried to click on top chat? Now, see, now I'm in my brother's account here, and I get those 3 little lines up there that let me get the chat filter, the top and all messages. But when I go over here, now let me get out of this. I'll sign off of my brother's account and go back into the Meri Atelier. That's where I am here. And come into there. See, I don't have those 3 little lines there. I don't know why. And I only have top messages and live chat. It's weird. My chat is short too. I've been watching on minimized screen on iPads while I do digital coloring. When I come back to full screen, chat is short. Yeah, I'm going to message the help desk because this has been happening too much to me. What does the settings do? The settings, oh wait, let's see. The settings has chat filter top messages. Oh, there it is. Oh, who said that? What does that? There it is. It's there. It's in the settings. Chaz, that's interesting. But still, I can't, it doesn't give me all my chat back, but it gave me the all messages. They put it under they put it under the settings. I put the chat filter under settings and community moderation. We're not going to moderate you guys. But there's my top messages and all messages. They moved it. I wish they wouldn't do this stuff. Why can't they? Well, maybe they were going to put something else. Maybe they're getting ready to move that heart up here. Why they put the heart down there is crazy. This heart icon needs to go up here. And maybe that's why they put the chat in the settings. The heart should not be down there. That's weird that they put that heart down there. That can be, I can't get to the live control room on my mobile that I know of. But you should be able to get to your, if you get into your live control room, you can, thank you guys, you can do the heart stuff, but yeah, that heart is silly. Nobody likes it. They don't ask. Well, they do ask. They do test. They have testers out there, but they didn't ask me to test that. I would have told them, don't put it at the bottom, put it up at the top. So maybe that's what they're trying to, maybe that's what they're getting ready to do by changing that. But Chaz, thank you. I would have never thought to look under settings for my chat filter. They also have a community moderation. Let's see what that does. On this video, for this video, live chat on, participant mode anyone, message delay none. For the channel, blocked words and community defaults. What are community defaults? Hold potentially inappropriate chat for review. Hey, don't say anything inappropriate. Yeah, I'll bet you they're getting ready to move this heart up here. But as far as I'm concerned, they can put the heart under the settings too. But thank you, Chaz. I would have never have looked under settings for that chat filter because I'm used to it being like what I showed you on my brother's channel. I'm used for that chat filter to be up in here. All right. I got distracted again. We needed a break, but I hate it when the chat messages disappear. Because, you know, I sit here in art and I'm not looking at chat. Did this fall under here? Well, just a little. You know, and then I come out and review my chat messages, and if they disappear on me, I can't come back, and if somebody said something, then I can't review it. That's not a good thing. Do they even care? That looks like a paw print. They just have to mess with stuff. And they do a lot of good stuff too, like they, for the most part, have gotten rid of the bots. You know how much trouble we were having with bots? I don't have subscriber mode only on. I refuse to put subscriber mode on because I want people who are not subscribers to be able to come in and chat if they want. They don't have to. It's not a requirement. Let's do the big dots too. Here. And then I'll just have to have the fine liner stuff. I might do the fine liner, finish these dots and do the fine liner and then call it a night. I'm getting kind of tired. I might leave a little earlier than 10. Okay, now let's do the little dots here. I'll scan these envelopes before I send them and put these in my August desk journal. I wanted to get my August desk journal out tonight. Oh, I got to tatting and showing you my sorting stuff and what I want to revise that little shelf and make it that little box and make it a shelf for my mini journals. This paintbrush has a little hair, tell it's a cheap brush. It's got a little hair there that makes a little footprint there. Looks like a little toe. They're bird paw prints, bird tracks. And then I can have these bigger dots juicier. Oops, I really dipped it in there. Yeah, these are not expensive brushes. I get them at Walmart because I'm so hard on my brushes. I'm not going to pay big bucks for brushes that I don't take care of good. I know I don't. I leave them in the water. Sometimes I forget to put them in the water. I have some not Daddy Vans, Murphy's Oil soap out there I need to, in the kitchen. I saved it out. I was going to put my brushes in it, and it's just sitting there on the little shelf above our sink. And I'll put the white on this, and then I think I'll call it a night. I think I'll save that other envelope for Tuesday morning. I still have to stitch up Karen's bird. I want to get these out next week. It'll probably be late, but next week, but I'll get them out. I want to get them mailed. I've been putting off painting these. I needed to do these tonight. I should just do one and mail it, and then do one and mail it. No, I have to do one and then think I have to do another one, and then, well, there's a reason to do another one, and oh, by the way, let's paint 4 envelopes. That's how I generally do my stuff. And that's how I get so overwhelmed. I'm going to get this off a little here. It's a little juicy. You think Meri would learn her lesson. She does it to herself here. She paints herself into a corner. She surely does. And then I walk away and let the paint dry. And then I never get back to it. Oh, that's typical of Meri, isn't it? Well, some things I get back to. I do have some finishes. Not everything is unfinished in my life. But I do have a lot of unfinishes. But Dee Dee made me feel good one day when she said, Meri, you don't have to have every page done in every journal. And that made me feel good, because I generally have more ideas than I have time for. It's not hard for me to come up with ideas. It's hard, the thing I have to work on is the finishing. The finishing. It's not, the execution really isn't that hard for me either. I generally like what I do. Well, there's some things I don't like, but it's getting them done. That's where I struggle a little. Let's see if I can hold this down. That's where I struggle. All right, we're ready for the white. Allie's got me giggling, Paula says. What'd you say, Allie? Wait. What did Allie K says? Allie said, my chat is short too. I've been watching on minimize screen and iPad while I do my digital coloring. When I come back to full screen, the chat is short. Me three. Oh, thank you, Chaz. Mary, what does settings say? Yes, that heart is in a silly place. Oh, she's not looking. Say whatever you want. When she comes back, it'll be short again. Oh, Allie K, you silly lady. I saw that, Allie. I saw that. I was looking at that community chat says, hold inappropriate messages. That's turned on. Chaz, regarding colors, I love pencils. Paula says, I love pencils, ink, alcohol markers also. Watercolor, figuring out what I like the best. Mary, what days and times are you on during the week? Chaz, I'll give you my regular first. I'm going to put this paint back in the bottle here. It's juicy paint. And the inside is crud. Let's wipe out the inside. What I call my regular hours first, and that's Tuesday and Thursday mornings. Now, prior to this summer, I was coming on at 4:30 a.m. Central. But this summer, I started coming on at 6 a.m. Central and going on Tuesdays and Thursdays and going until 9. But this fall, I might go back to 4:30. I just need these extra hours in the morning. I'm still deciding whether I want to change back to 4:30. I get more done early in the morning. So I'm thinking about going back to 4:30. Actually, this afternoon, I was thinking about I should, because I have a lot of nights I can't sleep, and I should just come in here and turn on this camera and just go at it. And if somebody wants to come in and watch, they can. Sometimes I have a hard time. I can't sleep when I'm supposed to sleep, and then I sleep when I'm supposed to be awake. I'm stubborn that way. Let's do the stitches in here first. Oops. Oops. Well, I only blotted one out there. I can't touch that. But temporarily on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can say 6:30 a.m. Central to 9 a.m. Central. Now, if I don't make that for whatever reason, I will post both on my community tab and in my Facebook group. Generally, unless I oversleep and don't get my post done. But generally, I post. Or I'll let Arlene know and Lala. They're the mods. And on Fridays, I've always streamed from 7:30 p.m. Central Time until 10. Well, I used to go all night, but now I try to quit at 10, and that's in the evening from 7:30 Central, p.m. Central to 10. And on Sundays, evenings from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then Monday and Wednesdays are kind of optional. I get on more on Wednesdays than I do on Mondays. If I stream on Mondays, it has to be something I need to get done, or, I really want to do it. Wednesdays, I'm more apt to go on, and I'll come on at 6, but it's optional. And Dee Dee comes on at 7:30 my time, so I only go for about an hour and a half. So, but this year's been hard for me. I haven't been as consistent. If you look at my community tab, well, they put in a new thing where you can hide your posts after 24 hours. They're still out there. I can still see them, but you guys can't. You can just show it for 24 hours, and I've been doing that with my chat announcements, because you guys don't need to see that after the chat stream has passed, after the time has passed. But this year's been pretty hard on me to be consistent. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I was a lot more consistent with my streaming last year. I've gone through some things this year, some relationship things that have kind of bothered me, and it's kind of, this is personal stuff. So I don't know if I can't really blame anybody else for that. I can only blame myself, but I know it's affected me. And that kind of has gotten me down a little. But I'm getting over it. You just you have to learn, roll with the punches and move on. And that's what I was saying with Kathy Arbor. When you plateau, the best thing to do is just keep keep on keeping on, and eventually that plateau people will come back, people will find you. um, and I think I've gone through a bit of a plateau over the last couple years. Like I said, at the beginning of the year, I was just, well, I was at the beginning of the year, my subscriber count was what it is now. I'm at like 8,040 people, and that's what I was in January. But from January to June, I had gone up to like 860, 870. I think I was heading for, well, not 8,080. I was heading toward that. And then I fell in April. I fell and hurt my shoulder, so I wasn't streaming as much. And boy, my subscriber count dropped. It dropped by about 30 people. And I don't know if YouTube dropped them. See, that's it. When your subscriber count drops, you don't know what's wrong. You don't know if people are leaving you or if YouTube is just kicking people out. That kind of bothers me. But, it is what it is. I'm not going to quit. All right, I'm going to start here and put in some stitches. But those are my hours, so to speak. They're kind of all over the place. I was really consistent last year. This year it's been harder for me to be consistent, but that doesn't mean that I'm quitting or giving up my hours at any rate. And I know that there are people who stream when I stream, and I don't mind that. But what I do mind, if people come in and announce, and I've gone all through this before, this is kind of rehashing old stuff, but it is something that it bothered me to the point that I did put it in my description. You'll see it out there now as I don't mind you, like what Susan did tonight, I don't mind you coming in and saying, please support Kathy Arbor, or can I give her a shout out? I don't mind that at all. But what I do mind is when somebody's streaming at the same time that I am, if you come in and say, hey, so-and-so's streaming, come join us. And, it's like walking into somebody's house and telling all your guests to leave. And I don't have much trouble with that, but it happened before, and it really I did not appreciate it, and it caused some hard feelings. But on the other hand, you gotta stand up for what you believe. And I don't mind if people stream at the same time I do. For one thing, we all have our separate communities. But and people are they're going to go where they want to go. You're adults. If you don't want to watch me, and if you want to watch somebody else, by all means, go watch somebody else. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. But I appreciate it when you come. No, I didn't outline these. Maybe I'll do that with my pen. I'll have to go back and review what I did. I get on my soapbox about this a little because it really has it's been a thing. Let's see. I'm going to put diamonds in here. And you know, the YouTube has grown so much. When I first started streaming, we didn't have all the streamers that we have now. And I got a late start to streaming. There were people streaming, but not like there are now. There were a lot of people come on and doing, and you know, I don't mind that. I don't mind it. You know, go out there and have your fun. You know, and it's just different than when I started out. And I wasn't by any means the first streamer in the world. I started in 2016. But there weren't as many people streaming back then. I think the Art Sherpa was streaming. And Dee Dee. Dee Dee came on later. Dee Dee was streaming, but she was streaming on Ustream. And then she came on, I don't know when she came in, about, I don't know, was it 2017 or 18? I can't remember. It's when Ustream shut down. Dee Dee and all of the people that were streaming so much out on Ustream. Ustream didn't shut down. They started charging people to, if you wanted to stream on Ustream, you had to pay an outrageous amount. I think that was the deal. I never streamed on Ustream. I could hardly get Dee Dee on Ustream on my phones that I had at the time. I wanted to watch Dee Dee so bad, and I had a Ustream. Ustream worked for me back then like StreamYard does for me today. I have a hard time with my phone with Ustream. Or StreamYard, I'm sorry. StreamYard. I'm pretty happy with that. I know I chatted a lot. So sorry. Well, I'm just going to make this flower a white flower with black. He's just going to have, maybe I'll do all of these in white. And make them stand out. Alrighty. I think I'll call this one done. There may be some little things I need to do, like outline that black. What time is it? 9:23. I'm going to do a wrap up here, I think, and call it a night. Let's see if I can outline these. Yeah, I don't know how much luck I'm going to have with this. This paint. Yeah. That paint just ruins those pens. Buttermilk paint. I don't know, I didn't have too much trouble on that first envelope, but boy, I'll tell you, it's drinking it on these. I don't know, I whacked this brush out. I don't know if I can get any off of this. Let's see what I have here. Yeah. You're not supposed to dip your brush in your... It's not going to hurt this paint at all. Let me just get a drop in here. That's a drop too much. I want to finish this envelope. So let's shout out to Dawn, Draw Tangles with Dawn. Her link is pinned above, and to Kathy Arbor. Kathy Arbor streams on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Both of them gals are excellent artists. Alrighty. I think I'm happy with it, and I'm going to have to dump this back in and clean my lid out again. Otherwise it'll get all along the sides. Sides are probably pretty dirty anyway, but why get them dirtier? Alright, let me throw this away. So we've got, what, 3 envelopes done now? I just have 1 left. And I'm going to do that Tuesday morning. And I'm going to try to work on my birdies. This one is left here. So these are done. And this one's done over here. Isn't that fun? Fun, fun, fun. I don't know if you guys can see them all. And then this one I have to... this one, I'll try to get the Posca pen out and use a paint pen on this. We'll see how that goes. I just wasn't ready to get out the Posca pen tonight. And, let's see. Let's put my envelope here. I'm not going to show these on my thumbnail. I want to do my tatting because I spent time tatting. Oh, I need a different color for that. For it to show up. Hold on. We're just going to do a tatted thumbnail here. And maybe I'll get out that, I'll show that stitching piece that slow stitching that I worked on. Let me pull this off of the row here. Oops, am I pulling the wrong one? I was pulling the wrong one. Hold the phone. This is kind of, I worked on this afternoon, but I tatted tonight. And this one. And gosh, I can't remember what else I did. I was showing you. I was cleaning out that basket. We're not going back to that basket, but I was showing you guys what I sat and did this afternoon. I have so much fun doing this. I was showing this at the beginning of the stream. This piece, not this. Where is it? Down in here. This is I'm going to order some more of this fabric. It's tape measure fabric. And I just cut it. I didn't cut it. I tore it. You can tell it's torn. But I put Janet Nash, a la Janet Nash. Put my tatty needle in there. Slow stitching here. And this needs to be tucked down a little bit more. And I've got a piece of tatting running down this way, and then I've got 3 red buttons, and I got a little piece of floral black with green underneath of it, a little white rose, a red ribbon, and this is thread that, like I said, this is kind of the waste thread off of the machine. I haven't learned to conserve my thread off of the sewing machine yet. So I'm just going to kind of put this way, like this. Flatten that out a little if I can for my thumbnail, and I'll just take a snapshot of this stuff in here, and that'll be my scribbly thumbnail. Nobody says I do perfect thumbnails. All right. So let me come out. It's 9:30. I'm ready to call it a night. Let me refresh my chat. Hopefully it won't go away. Ah, thank you, Paula. Allie K says Prismacolor colored pencils, and she gave a link to them. Chaz says, you fibs always brighten my day. Mine too. Those days that I don't stream, you know, I miss you all. I miss you. I'm just too tired. I miss you on the, especially if I have 2 or 3 days that I don't stream. I miss you guys. Paula says 10. What do 10? Chaz, the 10 with the lion on it, on the savannah, question mark. Paula says, I like people linked in these chats, and that's how Kathy came up later for me. Oh, really? Yeah, it's fun to link chats, and I don't mind if you want to leave a link. If you're not a mod and you want to leave a link, just let me know, and I'll make you a mod, especially if I trust you. If you're brand new in here, I might say, well, will you have a mod? Leave the link until we get to know you. But most of you I know and trust. So if you want to leave a link, just let me know. Thank you, Paula. The bird envelopes, thank you. I appreciate that. Chaz says, anyway, I'm living alone now and in the process of moving my art space. A long work in progress. Boy, do I know. I was sitting in my recliner this afternoon. The thing of it is, if something happens to my brother, I don't think that I can live in this house alone. But boy, I'd love the space. I don't think I can take care of this house by myself. It's too much for me. Maybe if I was 30 years younger, I could. But I'll probably have to move into an apartment, which means probably even getting rid of some of the stuff I have. But it's really helpful now to put all that stuff in boxes and number them and write what's in my boxes, because it'll be a lot easier if I have to move them. I'd probably move them all into a storage bin and work from there. But I was thinking, man, I'd take that dining room and make it my studio and take this room, which is kind of like a little den off the living room. I would take this room where I am now and make it a library type thing and an expanded storage room, and I'd still have my little stash room. The living room I'd probably leave as a living room, and the kitchen, I'd paint the walls in the kitchen. I want them painted so bad. I'd love to have a country French kitchen. The kitchen in this house is kind of a country kitchen. It's big, and we got a big island in the center, and the cabinets are oak. I'd probably leave them oak, but I'd probably maybe stain them. They're nice wooden oak. They're not fake oak. They don't look fake. I don't think they're fake. I think they're real wood. And but I would love to have like a mustard colored wall with blue trim, and you know, kind of a country French kitchen. I'd love to have that. But he doesn't want to paint the kitchen, so we have this Kelly green woodwork. Light green walls and Kelly green woodwork in the kitchen. But he did, when I came down here, he had carpeting in the kitchen, and I hated that. I hated it. It's hard to keep clean, and whose bright idea was it to put carpeting in the kitchen? Even though it was not a carpet like you'd have in your living room. It was kind of like I guess you could say it was indoor, outdoor type. It was a kitchen carpet, but I hated it. And he did agree, and we got vinyl flooring in there, and I appreciate it so much more. It's easier to take care of. And it looks better. So we did get that done, and he's had to do things. So when I came down here, he had a shed out back, an old shed, and he'd been saving up for that anyway, but it was still standing and you couldn't park a car in it. You know, it used to be an old one-room house, and, you know, think 1930s, 1920s, little small town one-room house out there. And he had them come and knock all that down and build a garage out there. And that cost him a pretty penny. So he's had to put some repairs in this house that I don't think I could do. I couldn't afford that. So I have to honor his feeling of not painting the kitchen walls. I live with him. I could still do some country stuff out there if I wanted to. His significant other had a Coke collection, and they're sitting on top of the kitchen cabinets. And if it were me, I'd take all those down and put up cookie jars. But it's not me. He's lived with that for the last 20 years or so, and he's happy. So, who am I to come in and take down his significant other who passed away in 2013's Coke collection? Oh, dear me. Allie K dropped a link to Kathy Arbor. I'm just scrolling up. Draw Tangles with Dawn. She dropped a link to it. Thank you, Allie K. Let's see. Chaz says, my art story in brief. I had to stop work. After watching every possible TV series, I decided to journal again. Little did I know about art journaling was so huge. Yeah. Art journaling, I would say, really came into being in probably the last 10 years. It was, I did some art journaling 10 years ago. Well, I guess when I started my YouTube channel, I was doing art journaling. But prior to that, we didn't call it, when I was growing up, and even in high school and college, we didn't call it art journaling, we called it sketchbooks. I have sketchbooks that I did way back when I was just out of college. I stayed for a time with my parents, and they lived in a little town, and I'd say to Mom, I want to go out and sketch. And she didn't like the idea. Well, I could drive, I had my driver's license, but she didn't like the idea of me going alone. And I didn't think about it at the time. When you're young, you don't think about all the dangers of that. And she insisted on going with me, so she would sit in the driver's seat, and she'd take along crossword puzzle books, and she'd sit in the driver's seat and work her crossword puzzles while I sketched fields. And she really, I think she just kind of liked getting out too. Although she didn't draw, I tried to get her to do something, and no, I'll sit here and work my crossword puzzle, you draw. So let me go down to the bottom of the chat and see what's going on. Chaz, I'm glad you got into art. Mary, if you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Wisconsin? Well, I left Wisconsin. I was doing contract programming at the time. That's what I did when I was employed. And contract program is kind of iffy, and it kind of comes and goes. And at that time, it was like 2000 and I left Wisconsin in 2016. And I could not get another contract. You have to think I'm getting older. And not only did I have the fact that I was not a full-time employee, I was a contract employee. It's a whole different take on things. And I lived off of my savings and off of unemployment until I couldn't live off of it anymore. And most of the people that are regulars here know my story. I couldn't find a job, and if you can't find a job, you can't pay your rent. If you can't pay your rent, you're in trouble. So I just packed up my car, and I came down this way. My oldest brother, my youngest brother lives in Lincoln, which is the capital of Nebraska. And my oldest brother, in 2016, he'd already lost his significant other. He lost her to cancer. She was living with him. They were living together. They've both been married and divorced and didn't want to go down that route again. And that she passed away 3 years earlier. And I didn't know when I came down here what was going to happen to me. I thought, well, I don't have any place else to go. So I came down here and I stayed with my brother's ex-wife because we were close, and for about a month. And you can't stay with her forever. And my brother got wind of the fact, somebody told him, that I was no longer living in Wisconsin. And he just suggested that, he said, well, I'm down here in this house all by myself, and I've got 3 bedrooms and a kitchen and a living room and a dining room and 2 bathrooms and 4 closets and a yard. And, he said, you can just come and stay down this way. And so I did. I took him up on it. And so that's how I got back to Nebraska. I liked Wisconsin a lot, but I do think, looking back on it, it was hard for me. In 2016, I was old enough to go on full-time retirement, Social Security, and so that's what I did. I was getting older, and they just, and when you get too old, they aren't going to hire you. They're going after the younger folks, and but then too. The economy was not all that great. The economy was not all that great. And if you worked full-time and could keep your job, you were okay. But if you were contract programming, it was not all that easy to get contracts back then, especially if you were working mainframe, old legacy computers like I was. It wasn't all that easy. So that's what brought me down here. And I look back on it now, and I'll get into the religious part. For me personally, I think the Lord brought me down here because that was 2016. And if I would have insisted on staying up in Wisconsin, I was living alone. And what happened in 2020 was the COVID thing, and all the stores shut down, and all the masks, and all the masking going, having to wear masks and being locked down. And I don't know if they were in lockdown in Wisconsin. I don't know, because I wasn't there. But I think it was much better for me to be down here with family during that period of time. The good Lord knew that was going to happen, and I didn't. It was hard for me to come down here. I really wanted to stay in Wisconsin if I could have. I loved Wisconsin. I loved going out urban sketching, beautiful, beautiful country, beautiful, lots of fun places to go sketching, a lot going on. I loved the bookstores, and, round the corner to Hobby Lobby and Michael's, and here I have to drive 70 miles to get to a decent store, except for Walmart. We got Walmart, and we got our grocery stores and our hardware stores, so I can't complain too much. Allie Kay said, yes, Wisconsin had lockdown. So I think when you're going through a pandemic like that, if you can at all be around people that you love and know, it's just better to have people around you. I would have been up there all by myself. And I'm not saying that people, not saying that I had no friends or anything like that, but people would definitely be in lockdown. They would be cautious. I was cautious even here, but I didn't have to worry about it so much here because we're in a small town. And, we go grocery shopping once a month. In fact, we're going to have to go tomorrow. We just, every now and then I'll go to the library. I haven't been shopping. Like I said, I was home all last week. I had to go to the bank the week before, but I didn't do much. I went to the bank and I think I went to Walmart, but I didn't get much. I might have gone to the Dollar Tree. But that's about it. Every now and then I'll go thrifting, but I don't even go thrifting as much. Paula says, Meri, I love your story about you sketching while your mom did crosswords. You know, I sometimes wish, Paula, that I could go back and have the wisdom then that I have today. You know, today I look back on it and I think how cool that was. And, you know, I probably did not think about it being so cool. I probably would. My mom and I did things together, especially when she got older and couldn't drive. She quit driving at 72. After her 72nd birthday, she said, I'm not driving anymore. She could drive, and she did drive like a block. We were out, she was in a small town. She'd drive the block to her neighbor's house, but she wouldn't drive, you know, 7 miles into town. She wouldn't do that. So I think I did a lot more with her back then, but not when I was in high school. And sometimes I wish, you know, you get the wisdom as you grow older, and sometimes I wish that could flip-flop. Now, what have I been different? I would hope so. But my mom and I got along pretty good. We had our differences like every mother and daughter does, but for the general part, you know, we got along. I think I got along better with my dad than I did with my mom. My dad was a character. Let's see, Paula, me too. With types of journals, I didn't know collaging was a thing in my school diary. Yeah, all of these years ago. Yeah, we didn't collage when I was in high school. I used acrylic paint and painted a deer out of a magazine. That's probably, and I thought I was heading to art school. The dreams that you have when you're that age, you're not, I can't say. Now, I do think that kids today, most of them, not all of them, most of them are a little bit more not wiser, but informed. Let's put it that way. It's informed, not wisdom, about things than we had the opportunity to be when we were in high school. They're exposed to things on the internet. You know, they see, I mean, I'm talking high school kids or even grade school kids. They have more information than we did. If we wanted to learn about something, we'd have to go to the library. You know, there were no computers in my school. We had a study hall, and at the back of the study hall, we had 4 or 5 big shelves of books that had encyclopedias and dictionaries and novels and English literature. So, and we had a catalog, a card catalog. Even in I went to a small school. Even in my small school, we didn't. Man, I went to the university, and their library was a whole building. I'm going, wow, huge library, and they had the stacks where they had all the old books. Yeah, I went down to the university after my. I'll tell you, I was a fish out of water. Even then, I think my schoolmates were probably my classmates that went to the university out of the same year I did. Probably about 5 of us went to the university, 5 or 6 of us. And I don't know. I hate to say it. I had a lot to learn back then. I had a lot to learn. I think that my classmates probably were a little bit more, I don't want to say advanced, but maybe advanced socially. I think they adapted to the university better than I did. My first year, I went to summer school right after I graduated, and I came home and I said, I'm not going back. And I got adamant. And I can remember being upstairs in my bedroom and saying, I'm not going back, I'm not going back, I'm not going back, I'm not going back. I was that adamant. And my mom finally came up and calmed me down and said, well, why don't you just try it for a couple weeks or so or a month, and if you don't like it, then come home. And I settled for that. And once I got up there and made friends, I made a few friends. I was pretty quiet though. It was an adjustment for me, probably until my sophomore year. My freshman year at the university was, I was a fish out of water. Um, and I didn't have any transportation. So every place I went, of course, I lived on campus in a dormitory, but every place I went, I had to walk. And, you lived in the dorm, you ate dorm food, you went to your classes. Um, I don't remember going to any extracurricular activities in that first year I was down there. And if I wanted to come home, now I'm just telling you how it was for me back then. I didn't have a car, and if I wanted to come home, my parents did not have a telephone. I had to call the neighbors. The neighbor lady went over and said, Mary's coming home Friday afternoon on the bus, and my mom would have to drive 20 miles or so and meet me at the bus station. And I always worried that she was never going to get there and I'd be stuck at the bus station and have to call my neighbor lady again and couldn't get a hold of her, and they would close and I'd be out on the street. That never happened. My mom was always there to pick me up. But that's how it was back in the day for me. My first couple years of college, and my parents didn't want me to have a car up in Lincoln, so I never had a car until I was out of college and maybe 2 years of work before I finally got I had a car when I was in high school. I had a school car when I was in high school, but my parents didn't want me up in Lincoln traffic with an old school car. Probably worried that I'd kill myself or somebody else. So those were the days. Those were growing up days. Those are days that I was learning who I was and what I believed, and a lot of those days I want to say I was mixed up. I wasn't mixed up. I was finding out who I was. And even though I think kids today are a lot more informed because of the internet, I'll bet you there are a lot of kids starting school in fall that are going to go through something similar, that learn who they are, especially if they haven't been given the opportunity to get out into the world as much as some of the other kids. My parents did not expose me to or my they didn't do all the things that some parents do. They were homebodies. I loved them. I loved my parents, but they weren't somebody who would take us on vacation to Chicago every week, or every year, or take us down to Worlds of Fun or Disney World. We never did all that. We worked the Milo fields. I was talking to my brother. I said, do you remember Rogan Milo? Detasseling corn in August. That's how we earned our money. Okay, I've chattered more than I meant to, so it's almost 10 o'clock. Oh, Beth came in here. Did Beth come in here? I see somebody saying hello to Beth. Where's Beth? I see a hi, Beth. I see Allie Kay and Paula and Chaz. I don't see Beth, though. Beth, if you're out there, where is she? I don't see you, Beth. I see Chaz saying hi, Beth. Oh, there she is, right above. Beth! Oh, this is Beth from Canada? Swalwell? Are you the Art Barn, Beth? Are you the Art Barn, Beth? I keep forgetting your last name. Only moderators can share links. My profile is my hubby and myself. Paula, what link do you want to share? Do you have a channel, Paula? Let me go out and check. Go to channel. Oh, you do. Paula, I'm going to make you a mod so that you can share, because you're in here a lot. You're the art barn, Beth? Let me tell you, you're the art barn. Let me make Paula a mod so that she can share links. Okay, say something, Beth. Paula, you should be, oh, you want to share your Instagram. Okay. Say something, Paula. Let's see if you're a mod. There you go. There you go. Now you can share links whenever you want, as long as they're art links. Hi, Beth. It is so good to see you. I haven't seen you forever. Beth is in British Columbia, right? And we watched Beth when she was doing her YouTube channel build an art barn. And they designed it and they built it, she and her husband, they built it from scratch. Oh, your channel's inactive since you work so much. Well, that's understandable. But you can share your Instagram if you want. You can still do that. What are you up to, Beth? What are you doing these days? You can share your Instagram, Paula. I don't mind that. Or if you have a website, as long as it's art related. Oh, you're a mod now. You're going to be a mod unless you do something really bad. Now, if you slip up, don't worry, because we all slip up. I've had times when I haven't put people in a timeout for a long time, but I've done it. What did Chaz say? What did Chaz say? Congrats, Paula. Aw. You're starting another group tomorrow for 5 days. An art group? I've been doing kids at campus all summer. Oh, wow. That is so cool. That is so cool. Beth, is your mom still with you? Or did she pass? I can't remember. Beth at one time was showing, your mom had, let's see. You'll be good, Paula. I know you will be. You were doing videos where you were showing your mom doing art. I so enjoyed those. See, that's what I wish. You know how I said I wish I could go back with when I was younger with the wisdom that I had today? I would try to get my mom to do more. Because my mom, one of my first urban sketches, well, here's a story. I've told it before. Your mom passed away? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. It was, those videos were really sweet though, Beth, where you showed her doing that art. I so enjoyed that. But my mom was my first experience with doing urban sketching. Well, plein air sketching, let's put it that way, because it was summertime. I must have been about 4th or 5th grade. I was younger, and I can remember being bored. It was summer vacation. What can I do? We didn't have a summer camp, or she probably would have sent me there, Beth. So she took me out by the windmill and showed me the barn and the cows. We lived on a farm. My dad didn't farm, but we rented an old farmhouse. And she drew a picture of the barn and the cows and the windmill and the cow tank, you know, the cow water tank and everything. And then she handed me the paper and the pencil. I don't know if it was pencil or charcoal. I can't remember. Something makes me want to say it was charcoal. But it had to be pencil. And she handed it to me, and she said, okay, now you do it. And so I started doing it, and she walked away and went in the house. Where you going, Mom? I got things I got to get done. You go, you do that, you know. So I did it, and you know, to this day, I have my mom's picture and my picture side by side up in Wisconsin in storage. That was my first experience with, well, probably outdoor sketching. Because I never really, I did art class in grade school and everything, but okay, it's 10 o'clock, so I've chatted for half an hour that I didn't intend to, so I think I'm going to go tat on this green piece. This fascinates me. I want to do more. So, and this was slow stitching that I was doing. And Beth, thank you for popping in. It's sure good to see you, and best wishes with your summer camp and all the plans you have for fall. And everybody else that's popped in. And if you're watching the replay, thanks for sticking with me to the end. Or if you're just even browsing through, thanks for coming. So good night, everybody. Have a great week. Go out and make it a good week. It's the only week we get next week for next week. Enjoy it while you have it. Good night, everybody. Have a great week.